Good morning, everybody. I'm just waiting for a wave to begin. Good? Very good. Okay. Good morning again. My name is Joshua Pisano. I'm the managing editor of Euractiv. Welcome to the Tech Policy Conference 2026. We are very happy to hold these kind of events because they act as a very effective live extension of our journalism, and today you will see that in practice on the stage. We have numerous panels lined up, a conversation just about to start with a senior figure at DG Connect, and then also closing today with a one-on-one with Commissioner McGrath. Led that conversation by Maximilian Henning from our tech team. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage all of you to read the Hack newsletter, which our newsroom produces every day on all things tech policy and space as well. The authors of that newsletter, Tiafan, the aforementioned Max, Claudie and Anna Priya here today and will be either moderating events or available in the networking area for coffees and chats on all things DNA, cybersecurity, AI, etc., etc. So before we get underway, I would like to just thank our sponsors, Code, IBM, Qualcomm, and Zscaler, and remind you, of course, to hang about in the breaks for any opportunities to talk with our reporters on the tech policy issues of the day. Before we get underway here on stage, we'll have a video message from Commissioner Henna Verkunen, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation to address Euractiv's conference today. We are building a union which is more competitive and technologically resilient. We need to deliver real, measurable strength and a choice for our citizens, our economy, our security, and our strategic position in the world. When it comes to regulation, my commitment to competitiveness in this mandate is twofold. To enforce our digital legislation on the one hand, to ensure a fair, safe European digital single market, providing a level playing field for all companies. And on the other hand, also to take a critical look at what can be optimized, simplified where possible. Unnecessary administrative burdens weighing down our companies should and must be removed. And this is what we are doing with our digital Omnibus proposals. On the GDPR, for instance, my goal is that its rules are applied in a harmonious way across the entire single market and with more legal certainty for European businesses. Dear ladies and gentlemen, another priority of our digital agenda is developing our European technological sovereignty. Currently, the EU remains strategically dependent in critical technologies such as semiconductors, cloud infrastructures, and AI. For Europe, technological sovereignty does not mean isolation or protectionism. Europe will remain open and connected to global innovation. But openness must be built on strength. Europe needs the capacity to develop, maintain control, and scale the critical technologies, infrastructure, services, and data that underpin our economy, our public services, and our security. With this package, we aim not only at reducing our strategic dependencies, but at the same time, we want to ensure that the technologies that are developed in Europe are sustainable and support the decarbonization of our economy. Clean transition and digital technologies are also core priorities of the next Union budget. Dear ladies and gentlemen, with these words, I want to wish you a very successful meeting today.
Very good. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage Tibor Kleiner, the Director of Future Networks at DG Connect. That's a very cool job title, sir. If you want to come to the stage, we'll have a quick speech followed by a fireside chat with our reporter, Tiafan Hartmann.
Thank you and good morning. And thanks for Euractiv for organizing this conference very, very timely, and also for inviting many of the European Union's representatives today. And I think that, as you heard from the Executive Vice President, we are living in interesting times where a lot of our preconceptions are being tested. but also where I think we need to find again a little enthusiasm for investment in the European Union and in our technologies. And I think that's very much the message also that was passed on the 3rd of June when we adopted the tech sovereignty package. This is more than a signal. I think it's a new approach towards how we look at technology. For a long time, Europe has been essentially consuming foreign technology. I mean, we estimate that we buy every year, according to some recent studies, more than 264 billion euros of US technology in terms of cloud and software. Just as a reminder, the EU budget every year is around 150 billion. So it's about twice as much that Europeans are paying to US tech than they are paying to the European budget in a way, which is, I think, an interesting comparison because it shows that we are, in a way, at a turning point. I think that if you look around, I must say that I've been really surprised by almost such a strong reception of this package. I mean, I've been in events like this today when I was announcing the package and really feeling from the audience a sign of relief almost, as if people were waiting for this signal that, yes, you can do it in Europe. Yes, you can really look at Europe as a place to invest, as a place where you are actually coming to innovate. And I think that's the kind of signal that we want to send with this tech sovereignty package. We are trying to turn the page and move in a direction where we build on strong foundations that we built in the past years around a digital rulebook. And we use this to complete our sovereignty. And I think that's very much the signal as well of the tech sovereignty package. It's not to say that we don't need regulation, because I think that everybody realizes that in Europe, unless you go for European level regulation, you will have 27 sets of regulation. You will not have a single market. So that's really the first step in our activities, is to build a single market, a single digital market, an area where you can strive and grow and scale up because you find common rules, common systems around the union. And the EU Inc. is very much a symbol of this, trying to have one corporation that can operate across the market immediately. We have also, through the AI Act, through the DSA, DMA, through the activities on the telecom proposal, so the DNA and the cybersecurity rules, also completed the picture so that we make sure that wherever you go, you have a common framework in Europe. And wherever you go, also the real questions are being tackled, which means risk very often, how to make sure that you build trust. Because if you look at the Draghi report and overall, the problem we have in Europe is not that we are not doing good research. It's not that we don't have good startups. The problem is that we are not adopting technology fast enough. The problem is that we are not putting enough investment to scale up our companies. And very often, this goes about trust. It's about, do we trust the technology? Do our SMEs make the effort to transform themselves, to digitalize, to use more of AI, of data, of cloud for their activities? A few days ago, we were publishing our annual report on the state of the digital decade. What is very interesting in this report is that you see constant progress on our indicators. So we are doing better in terms of connectivity. There is almost already today 100% coverage on 5G, not on standalone, by the way, but this is something that still needs to be improved. But we have very good overall coverage in terms of these networks. We don't have necessarily enough in terms of the skilling of our experts, so we miss a lot of skilled experts. And we have also a lot of progress in terms of the edge cloud nodes. So there is something also happening here in terms of the data, but we are not there yet in terms of the big numbers for some of these infrastructures. And we are not there yet, and that's the most problematic area in terms of the transformation of SMEs that are not digitalizing fast enough. So with the tech sovereignty package, I think the message we are trying to pass is first, Europe is ready for investment. We have really on the table a very important package to simplify investment in microelectronics, so the CHIPS Act very much. It's about facilitating permitting, making sure that you organize the supply side. In the Cloud and AI Development Act, it's about speeding up the permitting processes, finding out with member states the right areas where we can deploy large data centers, because without data centers, there is no AI, there is no digitalization. So it is really important, and we want to triple the current capability. So this is very much the first message, an investment agenda. And in fact, it's not just on the digital area, it's also about providing electricity, because without electricity, you don't have data centers, you don't have AI, you don't have intelligence in the economy. The second message is that indeed, we can make it here in Europe. And that's a strong element about sovereignty. Sovereignty is about two aspects. The first one is about, in a way, your identity, who you are as a group, as Europe, as such. And we have expressed this very clearly, and you find this in the communication on precisely the digital sovereignty package. Europe has specific values. We want to use the technology to empower people. We don't want to use technology to control them, to manipulate them, to abuse them. And that's, I think, a distinctive factor of European sovereignty. Is about serving really the benefits of people around our European values. But at the same time, sovereignty doesn't work unless you have your own capabilities. And I think that's really very much what the tech sovereignty package is about. Yes, we've done a series of regulation. Yes, this set of regulations fit with our sovereign European values. But if we don't have our own capabilities, it's not enough. Because if you just try to regulate others, it will not give you the alternatives you need to be able really to choose the right type of products and services that match your need and your ambitions. And that's very much what we want to do, to develop in Europe the capability. So in the CHIPS Act, we have really ambition, and the novelty is not just about supply, it's also about demand. It's also about adopting, again, these advanced chips, and we have several areas where we think that more can be done. It's not just about the data centers that we see as a massive source of demand for new chips. It's also about new devices, about maybe even smartphones made in Europe, or new AI devices that could use chips made in Europe. It's about transforming our buildings to have more chips that help controlling the systems, making intelligence around. It's about also a lot of new opportunities in the automotive and automation businesses, in the car sectors, and so on. So it's not just supply, it's also about demand, it's about ecosystems. And in the Cloud and AI Development Act, we really put the focus on this ambition to have in Europe a full stack of technology, a cloud and AI stack made in Europe as well, because otherwise we will always be dependent. And I think the recent period has shown that, there is something called a kill switch somehow. If somebody decides that, there is a risk about, for instance, with the anthropic situation, suddenly Europeans don't have access to certain products and services. We cannot afford this. We cannot afford not to have alternatives when somebody says, you don't have access to this product and to this service. So that's what CADA is also trying to achieve, developing an agenda in terms of prioritization, addressing our vulnerabilities and the areas where we don't have European solutions, but also making sure that we have a culture of risk management around sovereignty. What we want is that the public sector looks very much at how it is operating today, what the IT services are, and to make sure that we use this ranking system, this sovereignty framework, so that you make sure that when you have very sensitive data, or when the business continuity is essential, you pay attention to that. And you find also providers that will guarantee you the right type of product and service. And we think that this can also something that also goes into the private sector, making sure that you take into account this sovereignty dimension when you choose your providers, and maybe not only relying on foreign supply, unless it is really for areas that are not that problematic. So you see, with these elements, we believe that we have a very good plan. But today, my message is that Yes, we've built the foundation through regulation. Yes, we have good intentions with our tech sovereignty package, but I think now the issue is how we start negotiating this as fast as possible with Council and Parliament, but also how we make sure that we don't wait, that we immediately start working on adopting these technologies, at developing demand also for European providers, and also at making sure that overall our ecosystems will be striving. More investment, more sovereignty in the way we look at risks and development, and also making sure that we have not only the supply, but also the demand for these elements. So altogether, we are very pleased with the reception so far of this package, but I should say that also with open source, we see an opportunity to leapfrog and to develop these technologies further. That's something where Europe has a lot of strength. Very often, you know, the narrative has been used to say that in Europe we only regulate. I think this is totally incorrect. And I think we need now to prove that we have in Europe the best place to invest, the best place to innovate, and to essentially move forward our technological sovereignty. Thank you.
Thank you for this address, Mr. Kleiner. I would like to start with a small joke or question for you. Do you know what's the common denominator between you, some Greens MEP, the Eurostack Foundation stakeholders, Arthur Mensch, the CEO of Mistral AI? Would you ever guess?
We are all Europeans.
Yeah, probably as well. No, I've all heard you say at different events that Europe was a digital colony, and when this has kind of struck me to say that Europe was a colony, also probably because of our common European colonial past. And a colony is defined by a country that is controlled by a more powerful country. So I would like to ask you, when you say and when you said that Europe was a digital colony, what did you mean? Could you maybe exemplify a bit?
Yeah. Actually, I think it was probably at another event where we were discussing. I don't think I said Europe is a digital colony. I said that Europe risks becoming a digital colony. And I think that's really the turning point where we are today. And the reason is very simple. If you look at what is a colony historically, I mean, if you look at the British Empire and how it was operating with India. So India was producing cotton, shipping it to the UK or to the British Empire, that was processing it, sending it back to India, that was then buying the final product. So this kind of relationship means basically that you send the raw material, and all the value added is captured by somehow the country that is colonizing you. But if you look at the digital space, what is happening? You see that Europe is producing a lot of data and sending all this data to data centers on the other side of the Atlantic, where services are using it to process various elements, and then sending back these products and services to Europe, where we are buying it massively. And in addition, what we send to the US is our brains to a large extent. There is a brain drain that today, if you look at the Silicon Valley, probably 25% of people working there come from Europe. So in a way, we send our data, we send our brain, and we buy back, the value added that are resulting from this in our products. So I think the analogy is correct. At the same time, I think that the situation is a bit more complex because we have the means to change that. In our impact assessment, it was really interesting what we found that 10 years ago, in a way, things could have gone differently. We were in Europe at about more than 30% in terms of the cloud market by European providers. Large companies basically made the choice not to buy from Europeans. They made the choice to buy from those that were more advanced at the time, coming from another continent. it can be changed. It's a decision and it's an investment choice.
But if we continue on the comparison, we don't have ships maybe going from India to the British Empire, but we now have subsea cables from the European continent going to the US. What I wonder is, we've had 2 decisions by the Court of Justice that the agreement between the US and the EU was illegal, that there are serious concerns about data privacy from European citizens being shipped to a country where there is no similar level of protections. And still the Commission took another decision, the data privacy framework, that is also challenged. So in a way, the Commission could have stopped this from happening several years ago. But we still, with this data privacy framework, although the executive order taken by Biden and that was presented as the solution that the US will have the same level of protection than us, has been repealed already a year and a half ago, and we're still in this situation. So this is also why I would like to ask you this question again.
So, I mean, you may say that we don't like the current situation, that indeed it's not very comfortable to realize that we are dependent. But I think that's the case today, that we need also to accept that we need to change the situation. But you don't do this change from one day to the next. And I think that's the difficulty also about our sovereignty package. It's not about saying we stop interacting with the world. It's not about saying we just want to have autarky. We want to do everything ourselves. No, it's just about rebalancing the situation where our dependencies are just becoming too risky. It's about managing these dependencies better. And it's not about saying to international partners, you're not welcome. On the contrary, it's about saying them, come here, do invest here, and we will make sure that we have a very good environment for you to strive. But today, we don't have enough data centers simply to process everything we need. So, unless we take things into our hands and we improve the situation, we build these data centers, we build these companies, we are not going to stop our economy from running. So I think this is not something that you can just say, okay, from one day to the next, I'll stop buying IT services. Not at all. On the contrary, you need to continue being competitive, but you need to redress the situation by building your own capabilities together with international partners.
But somehow the Commission could have repealed the data privacy framework, because the Court of Justice already repealed the previous one, and American companies used contractual clause under the GDPR. So maybe the Commission could have done that while presenting the tech sovereignty package. Why didn't it decide to do it?
I mean, again, I cannot really comment on this, because I don't think legally that there was enough ground to change anything in this
the executive order was repealed.
Possibly, but I think that, again, my colleagues in the Justice Department are certainly looking at this. So I suggest you ask them this question. As far as I'm concerned, I can tell you that we need to continue working properly in the digital sector, but we need also to improve our positioning so that we can, in the future, maybe rely more on our own data.
So the tech sovereignty package on 3 June, what was it for us? Was it our start of the Pacific Indian Revolution movement? Was it our Boston Tea Party?
I mean, I think it's nice to have to take dates as also change events. And also beginning of June, is usually a period where, you can be a little bit euphoric, because, summer is there and, the World Cup is about to start and so on. At a certain event, I said that this was for us almost like the Tech Liberation Day, because I really think that it's a little bit the message that, we should not feel constrained. We should actually endorse and embrace our own strength, because too often, if you look at Europe, we are sometimes a little bit modest in terms of what we can do. We sometimes don't take risks, and we sometimes hesitate, whereas in other parts of the world, maybe there is a boldness that is good for, in a way, encouraging investment, continuing to invest in the stock exchange, even though it may seem a little bit crazy, and so on and so forth. I think that's also about a culture change that I was mentioning earlier. It's about measuring sovereignty and measuring the risk of dependency, but it's also about believing in our own capacity to make it in Europe.
I see. But there's many things I wanted to ask you, but someone showed me we just have 2 minutes, so I'm going to ask one last question. But you were saying that in Europe we are sometimes modest, but when we look at the specific laws that the Commission presented recently, so there's the mobile satellite regulation where we keep the door open to international partners, there's the cloud and AI where we will ask governments to actually look into the public administration data, whether they are sitting on risky or non-risky clouds. The same with chips. There is an article that is opening the door to maybe close from some partners, but keeping it open for other international partners. We would never be able to produce AI chips without TSMC, for instance. But my question is, when you look at all that, it's still very much open to international partners, and there is also the critique that it's maybe too modest, you know, in a way. Why don't we have? Why didn't the Commission try to push private companies from critical sectors who already have to implement the most cybersecure rules? They have an incredible number of regulations on them, but then on Qaeda we say, well, there's no rules.
It's not exactly correct, because there are rules that are also coming from the cybersecurity sphere. It's just that in Qaeda, basically what we say is that in that context, also the private sector should look at the sovereignty as one element that is coming on top. At the same time, this is also good business. I mean, being dependent cannot be something that you wish for as a private entity. So again, it's about this culture change, and I think there is really momentum right now in Europe to try to really look at this issue and try to develop more our own capabilities, maybe not for 100%, but at least to have a credible alternative for existing large US or Chinese entities. So in the end, I don't think that we are too modest. You know, it's not a secret, by the way, that in the preparation of CADA, we tried maybe even bolder proposals, and in our internal process, we maybe ended up refining the measures. But that's for a good reason, because at the end of the day, the last thing we want is to waste time. I think we need to move very quickly. We need to have also endorsement by Council and Parliament, and we need to have a change management, because the public sector cannot stop. The private sector cannot stop either. So it's not that, you know, we can from one day to the next say, okay, we throw everything out. No, we need to make the situation where we continue being as competitive as possible, but we reinforce at the same time, you know, our own capability. So it's a bit like changing one wheel where you're still driving. It requires, I think, a little bit of attention, but it also requires that you don't try to be over, you know, ambitious in changing everything in one go. We need to do it progressively with the right mentality and with the right culture as well.
Okay, so maybe I think I have my answer. So we're going through the Indian Gandhi moment. It's going to take several years. Thank you very much. I have my colleagues coming on stage for the DNA debate. Here you go.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hope that has whet the appetite for the rest of the panels to come today. So our next panel is going to focus on overhauling the telecom sector. And we're going to be talking, no surprises, about the Digital Networks Act. First of all, I will remind everyone once again that if you have questions for our panelists, you can use Slido. There are physical codes on your chairs, and also there is the code online for those of you joining online. And so please put your questions in there. We'll try to get to as many of those questions as possible in the next hour. So let me introduce you to my excellent speakers. We have joining us an economist, but also more pertinently, Director of Digital Decade and Connectivity in DG Connect in the European Commission, responsible for the DNA proposal, Camilla Klotz. Thank you, Camilla. Also, a member of the ITRE committee in the European Parliament, but again, more pertinently, the DNA rapporteur, MEP Michael Kobosco. Please, Michael. And joining them, we have Audrey Scozzaro-Ferrazzini, who is Vice President of Government Affairs at Qualcomm. And from Connect Europe, Deputy Director General Marit Paloverta. So, Camilla, let's start with you. Partly because you're right next to me, partly it's traditional to start with the European Commission of these things. Tell us, how does the proposed Digital Networks Act aim to modernize the regulatory framework? The big questions: why do we have it? Why do we need it? What specific market challenges is it seeking to address?
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. I think I will start where, to some extent, Thibault finished with tech sovereignty package. I think when we look at the proposals that we made during the last half a year, there is a clear, very much connecting line between them. Tech sovereignty package is also showing how important is connectivity at the end of the day. Connectivity would be essential to connect AI gigafactories. Connectivity would be essential to make sure that that basically what we are proposing under the different proposals, including DNA, is well connected. And I am talking about connectivity for all citizens, connectivity for big competitiveness, pro-competitiveness projects as AI gigafactories, but I'm also very much talking about connectivity as a critical infrastructure and the importance of resilience. So this is a bit where all of this is very much connected. As you might have seen last week, we published Digital Decade report with new data, with new analysis, which are very nicely showing how important digital investments and financing of digital sector is for the future of the EU, showing that the multiplier for digital investments under the RRF was the highest for digital, and we are talking about 2.5 for some specific aspects. It also shows that we are quite well served in terms of basic connectivity. So when you look at the 5G indicator, it shows basically that situation is relatively okay, but it's only the 5G connectivity which is based on 4G networks. It's very much looking into the past. Where we have huge gaps still is the 5G standalone, is for sure the problem of the last 10% of the coverage for fiber, because by 2030 we'll have maximum 90% of the coverage for the FTTP, fiber to the premises, and with business as usual we'll not get there by 2051. So why I'm saying this, why I'm quoting this data, because I often hear, well, we are doing fine, Europe is doing fine, we are serving well our citizens. Yes, maybe now, but not in the future, and not with the current trends and the needs that the connectivity will need to serve in the future. And this is where the DNA is very much coming into. I think the biggest issue that we try to address in the DNA is single market approach. I think this is something that we have been, throughout our analysis, very much identifying that aspect that is missing. We try to harmonize the single market in connectivity for a long time, but now it's really a moment. Spectrum does not know the borders, in particular spectrum for satellites. We really need the framework that will serve for the future of the EU as such, also of the Europe. So for me, the biggest challenge that we are trying to address is fragmentation, which basically shows that we really need single market approach, and the DNA is very much trying to address these issues. And now it's up for the co-legislators to decide how to make it even more ambitious.
Well, Michael, let's go to that then. Before we dig into the actual the nitty-gritty of the DNA, tell us where we're at in terms of the Parliament as the co-legislator. What are the conversations you're having at the moment?
Thanks so much. Thank you for the question, and good morning, everyone. Look, we're still in pretty early stage of our works in the Parliament. However, the discussions we are participating are very serious already, because there are so many different elements to be discussed, and some of them are pretty controversial already that we have. Let me start with saying that we're very grateful, and I have a lot of respect for the Commission work here than the proposal that we have on the table, because a lot has been done, and there are very specific ideas which need to be discussed, but they are more than worth discussing and perhaps adapting in a way. There are also a lot more expectations, I would say, or expectations to have the DNA even more ambitious. And I'm also happy and grateful to hear that the Commission is open to the remarks, to addressing some issues which are rising. And many of you have, that I had the chance to talk to, expressed your criticism towards the DNA proposals. There are some issues which were very present in the white paper of 2024 and are not that much visible in the DNA proposal that we are having on our tables. So we need to work hard to make sure that we are really pushing the European connectivity forward. As Camilla rightly said, the system that works pretty well today, but that's not going to last. I mean, living in such dynamic times that we're living right now, so many changes happening from one day to another, we need to make sure that the backbone of European, not only digital, but European economy is there in a proper way. There's definitely three pillars that we are looking on, and one of them is obviously the simplification, and we are all discussing simplification, not only since the start of this term and for the Commission and the Parliament, we did it before, but it's just that right now we do realize more than well that without real simplification, simplifying rules for our European players, we would get nowhere. So we need to make sure that the simplification, which many criticize, is not that present and not that visible in the current DNA proposal, needs to be strengthened and more visible, and that we could expect European players to really have their number or some levels of their obligations being reduced. That's the expectation, and we are taking this very seriously. Secondly, harmonization of rules, obviously, where it's possible, where it's needed, not everywhere, but we need to make sure that we are harmonizing the market, and that's in a way, it's a bit separate story from discussing the consolidation of the market, which is two steps more from the harmonization, and we are not having a direct discussion regarding the DNA on the mergers and acquisitions in Europe. We'll be waiting and looking forward to see the renewed EU merger guidelines later this year. But that's definitely so strongly, so strictly interlinked. I mean, whether we are with the DNA, we are creating the proper conditions for the market consolidation, looking beyond the French case, which we are following very closely these days, obviously. But that's a way ahead of us. And last but not least, obviously, is about investments in Europe. That's also what Camilla mentioned. And our players, they are complaining that they do not have sufficient capital to invest. There are no incentives for them. And we need to make sure that we, as policymakers, are helping our own players to grow, to develop, to invest more. We are all, very often hearing complaints that European telco players are not really, an interesting stock for the investors any longer, comparing to our global telco players. We do understand that. I would say it's not my main job to make companies attractive to investors. I want to make sure that our companies are attractive to us, Europeans, our citizens, the clients, consumers, our businesses, and this is what our work is about. So we are not there yet. It will take months in the European Parliament. Not that we are lazy, not that we are just sitting and doing nothing. I would say the vice versa. We're doing a lot, and we are talking to lots of you and many others on the issues which are highly controversial in the proposal. But we are moving forward, and I'm I'm optimistic when it comes to the final outcome. I mean, we need to do that. It's just that, you know, we cannot just, as one CEO of the big telco in Europe was quoted saying, better to have no DNA than the current DNA. I won't mention the name, you know who I'm talking about. That's not our vision. That's not our point. That's not our responsibility. I mean, we have to deliver. That's our job. Thank you.
Audrey, I'm sure most people here know who Qualcomm is, but perhaps you could start just by explaining what it is that you're most interested in with the DNA.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. So I would say as Qualcomm, we are part of the telecom family, but we are like an extended cousin from the US. I hope that, you know, that I portrayed it in the correct way. But why the DNA is important and why we applaud the effort of the European Commission and why we would contribute to the debate at the Parliament, it is about investment. It is about innovation for where we stand. And we are in the value chain very, I would say, on the chipset side that Thibaut was mentioning. So we are looking at the market with eyes that where growth will come, and as well how we can equip our ecosystem in having the best technology. So when I look at the DNA, I look at it with my glasses on 6G. So I look at the investment that my company and as well many players are starting to work on to see how the DNA is going to boost the acceleration of 6G adoption. This is really where we are seeing value. So in terms of the key pillar that we will look into in the dialogue, it's about investment, it's about scale, it's about simplification, and it's about how to make sure that Europe will not be the last to adopt 6G, but like with the front runner. So that's really where we look at it. And to give you some concrete example, it's not just like Qualcomm looking at it and saying, hey guys, you should look into it. If you look at other parts of the world, whether we mentioned the US, so I will start with the US, but as well we are seeing similar activities in China with the three I'm not going to say major, the three telecom operator over there really investing massively in any network deployment, but as well in 6G and AI. So this is happening already. This is already happening in standardization. Please keep in mind, my takeaway is standardization in cellular technology, the heart is in Europe. Few people know about it, but this is really the leading example that created so many growth across the planet. Looking at the US, to be more concrete, 6G will create many more new use cases, but I'm going to name two. Entertainment and sports. So I will look at sports. We are preparing some 6G testbed demo for the Olympics in 2028 in Los Angeles. This will be pre-6G adoption, but with many, many use cases, whether they will be you take, you know, the team you want, you take the sport you want, but we will prepare some kind of new cool user experience that will be demoed for the Olympics. So that's what we're doing now. So that's going to be like, I would say, with wearables, with robotics, with drones, and many more other things. And I'm getting back now from sports to the parliament. But the decision, the leadership you will have, Mr. Kobosco, and this is paving the way for Europe to basically enter into the game, in the competition of the next technology, or potentially as well, you know, not being first, but follower. That's my few introduction remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. I appreciate the sporting analogy in the middle of a World Cup as a brave woman. Marit, Connect Europe recently put out its paper on its requests of the Irish presidency. A lot of that was focused around the DNA. Tell us, what are the big challenges facing the telco industry at the moment?
Very good, thank you, Jennifer. So maybe I'll just start from the start, because there were many comments that colleagues were making also vis-a-vis operators' expectations. And decade is a long time in technology and digital, and we've had the current framework for a decade now. And I would like to address Michał made the point about whether we need the DNA or not. It is very clear for us that we do need the DNA. We need to review the existing rules because things have changed enormously in the last decade. And as Camilla also said, you know, we are in a very different place now than 10 years ago, but we also then need to reflect onwards. So where will we be in 10 years' time? And I think this is a very, you know, complex value chain connectivity, and to try and capture all of these technological and market developments and reflect them in a policy framework. But from our point of view, so the DNA, it packages all the essential issues that concern us as the telecom sector. And, you know, bravo to the Commission for having pulled together a, you know, very complex and lengthy but cohesive proposal. But having said that, I mean, we do see that we should have more ambition. So our members' expectations are quite high vis-à-vis the DNA, and, you know, reflecting the future challenges that we also expect. Future challenges, I'm coming to the investment point. So we are today not only talking about basic connectivity, we are starting to think about, you know, where is mobile going next from 5G to 6G? We are still completing the gigabit networks in Europe, moving to fiber. It is well on its way, but this is very much happening. There's also a lot of potential for innovation in the telecom sector. So, you know, edge cloud, which is part of the digital decade targets, AI is coming in, of course, and other things. Resilience is super important in the current environment. So we need to kind of pull all of this together and then try to have a package that would allow us to boost investments into all these areas. And our 12-point policy plan that I think that you were partially referring to, I mean, it does, you know, call for more ambition. And I think that the key highlight for us in the current proposal is the spectrum part. So that clearly is a game changer, or would be a game changer for mobile investment. And we know that it's, of course, historically a tricky policy part, and it will no likely change and evolve in the co-legislative phase. But we do hope that the note is taken from our side that this is very important for our sector. On the more ambition part, we would have hoped very clearly for more targeted deregulation. We don't want deregulation across the board, but some clear measures that would give an incentive and a signal to the investor community that the sector will be more profitable in the future. And simplification, it was mentioned, it is very important. So compliance costs not only for telecom, but for many companies are still large in the European Union, and that would help. And harmonization as well. So Camilla said single market is a priority. We are also supportive of that, but we would have liked to see even more harmonization, especially vis-à-vis the divergent rules at the EU level and national level, so to even further decomplexify the policy framework. But maybe I'll stop there for my initial remarks.
Well, let's stay with this question around investment, Camilla, and I'm going to come back to you. And, you know, you've heard a little bit of criticism there from Marit, but in what ways can the DNA support this investment? And Michael is saying it's not up to necessarily the policymakers to create that environment, but you need to work towards it in a way that is ensuring clarity and cohesion. Give us your perspective on how the DNA is going to do that.
Indeed, I also fully agree with Michał that DNA is not about everything. So, for example, one of the elements that we are not tackling is indeed the issue of consolidation, which our colleagues from DG Competition, with whom we are working very closely, are looking into. So it's also important to say that the DNA cannot be a recipe for absolutely everything. It's also the business case of the operators, willingness to go to the modern technologies. I'm super happy, for example, that telecom operators are starting starting to be one of the most important for the development of AI factories. We see a lot of goodwill and willingness from the sector to move forward and to go into modern technologies. But what DNA can do? Maybe let's focus on this, and maybe DNA can do even more, subject to the views of Parliament and the Council. First of all, I think indeed the highlight of what we are doing is related to spectrum. Basically, we are modernizing rules in terms of investment predictability for future spectrum allocations, in particular 6G, but really looking forward to make sure that there is investment predictability through the unlimited licenses, but of course with very strong safeguards, because we have strong safeguards, competition safeguards related to that. Second thing, DNA is also very much innovation proven. For example, again, going into spectrum, we provided first time something which is a bit based on some of the ideas that are in the US, petition for ruling. So basically possibility for anyone who is interested to use spectrum to ask for the harmonization of specific part of spectrum. So far, it was not so much possible. Now it is. So anyone can come to the Commission and say, there is important spectrum. From my perspective, I would like to see it harmonized. I think it's also very important. Satellite spectrum. There was a question before to Thibault also on the mobile satellite services that we had proposed 1 week before tech sovereignty, a bit of test for the tech sovereignty package, and what we concretely mean by tech sovereignty. In the DNA, we address the issue of satellite authorization, and very importantly, we put this authorization at the EU level. Why? Again, fragmentation. We have the experience with 2 GHz band, the one that is also addressed with mobile satellite services decision, where we really thought we need to harmonize the issues. We need to give the Commission finally the powers to deal with the spectrum, which really does not know the borders. And satellite spectrum really does not know the borders. By the way, terrestrial also has a problem with the borders, but that's another challenge to tackle. So that's a bit, and very importantly, our provisions related to transition from copper to fiber, supported by the access framework, which we really consider future-proof. So basically, we tried with the framework, access framework, to support this transition, and then we are also providing rules looking forward up to 2035 to ensure the access to, in some cases, let's be honest, potentially local monopolies that might come if there is only one fiber network.
Well, I mean, Michael, you mentioned that there is certain controversial areas. I mean, spectrum is going to be one of these sticky points. And I know we're not at the trialogue stage yet, but you know that there's going to be sort of different positions from the Council. I mean, overall, how tough do you expect the negotiations to be? Where do you think are the big stumbling blocks? Where are the bottlenecks in terms of getting it over the line? Because time is ticking on, and we've said about the need to move fast. These negotiations, they're going to be tough, right?
Yes, they're going to be very tough. I'm afraid so, or I think so. It's just the reality that we are facing, because obviously, as I said, early stage of works at the Parliament, so we will need to find a compromise among the political groups. As always, that's pretty obvious. That look, when we talk to the national governments or national regulators, I would say that their appetite to change the status quo is really limited. It's very small nowadays. And basically, we are very often hearing that, look, why should we change the system that works pretty well, that operates pretty well? And as Camilla rightly said, it works well today, it won't work tomorrow, because the world is changing and developing so quickly that we cannot just sit down and say, look, because it was, tested, it works and operates well, so that's going to last. It's not going to last, but still, as a partner, the member states, the national regulators, they are not that happy to support some of the proposals of the Commission, and that is very clear. So these negotiations will be tough, and there are several issues. Well, starting with the spectrum policy, obviously, because traditionally these were the cash cows, if you like, for the national governments. They were entirely happy with the existing system, and the operators, they were playing millions and billions at the end of the day of euros to cover the cost of the licenses, which were and are pretty short in terms of their longevity, and the renewal processes, and what this money is being spent for by the governments. There will be an opposition, and there is already clearly an opposition to change the existing system. I have my doubts about, for example, indefinite licenses, and it's not only mine. Look, I represent the liberal group in the parliament, the Renew Europe. As we are liberals, we would love to see some space open for the new entrants, newcomers to the market. So whenever I hear that, let's cement the market, let's offer the licenses which will last like forever, whatever forever means in today's reality, with almost automatic renewals. That's controversial. Let's put it this way. Even though there would be some conditions to be met, I do understand that. But still, lot of controversies here, but also regarding the governance or the proposed ideas to change the system of the governance of the market. The copper switch off, obviously. Here we are very different, and the situation, differs in various member states. Coming from Poland, it's not an issue for us, practically speaking. But we do understand that it's an issue for many other member states, and the whole idea, and the whole, I would say, philosophical question, whether the Commission should be operating like this, that this is introducing bans on forcing the member states and the companies to phase out some technologies to be renewed or replaced by others, whether this is the best way to go forward, whether instead of that we might be searching for some, how to incentivize, the change. And also, whether we are really listening to the clients, to the consumers. Do they really want to have this change and to have the copper being switched off, whether they need it or they are fully satisfied with what they are getting, the services they are getting. So that's another issue. But there are many others related to access rules. So lots to discuss. I would say that a bit less emotional is the discussion about the satellite services, because I believe there's a kind of a broad understanding that this goes beyond the borders, and we do need to reduce I would say, the advantage of others, specifically Americans here. Look, we are all reading reports saying that in 15 to 20 years, we might be in a situation that all the BTS station, terrestrial BTS station, might be shut down, and all the communication will be, moved to the satellites. That's a bit aggressive timing, I would say, from today's perspective, but still the trend will be there. So we need to make sure that our satellites are working in a proper way and are being managed and licensed in a proper way. But again, this will be tough negotiations. I'm pretty sure about this. Again, I'm pretty optimistic, but this will take some time to reach a compromise, which would really push things forward from the current status quo.
Mark, let me jump to you on this question of indefinite licenses. One of my questions for you was, how do we stimulate investment? Indefinite licenses would probably do that, but how realistic is it?
Yes, indeed. So I think it's important here to think about it from a perspective of a CEO of a company who is investing in very expensive networks. The investment cycles are long, so you invest for a decade or many years. And if you have spectrum licenses, as we have today, that they have to be renewed within a kind of a fairly short time period, that clearly impacts the predictability of that company's business. So the CEO will not, if you have a license coming up for a renewal, they will not be able to tell their investors, what am I going to do in 5 years? Because don't even know if they have a license. They don't know how much that license might cost or what kind of obligations you might have with that license. So it is a very practical, actually, question of predictability, visibility, having certainty that then you can also sell to the capital markets and help attract investment. And of course, we know that the indefinite licenses, it's a very ambitious proposal by the Commission. We are fully standing behind it. We think that it is a balanced proposal because there are very important safeguards in that proposal. So we have this kind of, use it or share it obligation. Sorry? Or lose it, indeed. So basically, if that one operator who gets it doesn't use it, then they will have to, well, either lose it or to share it, or there will be obligations in that regard. So we believe that that's a balanced proposal. Also, the fact that there is a, automatic renewal, it's very important. But, indefinite, we understand it is very, very, very aspirational, perhaps. But the second best option would then be a truly long-term license, where we would then have to perhaps rebalance as well that safeguard, because currently in the proposal, the safeguard, of course, is written for an indefinite license, so we would have to perhaps fine-tune that a little bit as well.
Audrey, there's quite a bit to unpick from what the other colleagues are saying, so feel free to comment, but also give us a perspective on what you think the roadmap for the Irish presidency should be.
That's a very good question. So I have like a Christmas list. No, but I think as well, I would say really helping the Commission and the Parliament to push the DNA forward in doing their best to find some common ground in the Council is probably like an art for Ireland that they can serve for this as well. This is really Qualcomm-centric, but pushing as much as I can for the liberation of the upper 6 gigahertz for dedicated to entirely to 6G. I know this is very controversial as well, but there are many parts of spectrum. We touch about the licenses, we touch as well about the money part, but you have as well the importance of the access. And it's a fight between different industries from time to time, but I think as well it's going to be a political choice. And I believe this is where as well the Irish presidency could help push for some decisions. So that's my perspective. Another thing I wanted to highlight too, and we haven't discussed yet with the Irish presidency, so I don't know, if they would feel it's a good idea. But in terms of the DNA to be future-proof, and I know that the DNA cannot solve everything, but there is we're seeing a gap as well in how, in fact, I would say the telecom framework has been defined, and you mentioned, the previous revision 10 years ago. And there are things that we are seeing in the market that could be easily corrected, and I'm going to give you a few examples where we see that could help as well enabling new services, and I see that it could be as well something the Irish presidency might want to look at. So we call it like same service, same rule. So it's very basic, okay, equal. But if you look at connectivity services as an example in a factory or in a connected car, that's going to be like even more in the future. Or if you look at any services having connectivity, now we look at smartphone, but in the future it could be like nothing or just like a wearables and you will give instruction. Those are regulated by different legal instruments. I call them the millefeuille, okay? And depending on the service or the use of the service, you will have a category of plethora of rules. Why don't we just make it simple? And I'm thinking potentially, with the technology package that Thibaut was mentioning, there are a lot of opportunities for Edge AI as an example. There could be many new entrants. Why should I have many rules or not rules to follow? Why don't we have like very basic, you connect, this is the rule. Yeah. And not because you were created like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, And when you were like coming from the internet era, well, you were still, if you use, I give you a concrete example. If you use a WhatsApp or a Signal, you connect, right? You connect with your family, you connect with your friend, you connect with your boss. When your car is connected to the system, you connect to the network. This is the same use. Why do we have different rules depending on where you're coming from? It's a kind of, you could say, discrimination. This is where as well the DNA can become an equalizer in addressing those challenges, and as well giving a sign to the market that we make it simple for you, and you can enter the market and develop new services.
Well, I see a question from James from Red Hat, and you've gone some way to actually making some of the points that he's asking about as well. He's asking, how can we ensure that the Digital Networks Act's new standards actively integrate rather than risk inadvertently excluding open source technologies that already underpin the EU's digital and AI strategies? Anyone want to tackle that, perhaps?
Can
Audrey?
you repeat the question? Because it's a very long question.
It's a very long question. How can the DNA actively integrate rather than exclude open source technologies in terms of the new standards? Anyone?
So, I am not aware of any exclusion of open source technology.
No one.
Yeah.
Okay, James, you've stumped us. We'll move on, because I see also a question from Tony Shortall saying, are we specifying the problem correctly? Fibre to the home might only reach 90% by 2030, but if you take out Germany out of the calculations, it will be much higher. Isn't the real problem on the demand side? And what can policymakers do to stimulate demand? Michael, perhaps you could tackle this question about whether policymakers can stimulate demand.
But demand for what? For what kind of services?
Well, Camilla can take that one. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we just have a new data. I will start, but Michał, you please do continue. I think just one small word on the spectrum, because it was very interesting discussion on the safeguards we have. Basically, what we are trying to build is secondary market for spectrum in the EU, which have not been existing under the previous framework, and this is a very important element. And we have use it or share it or lose it principles, and very much possibility to revoke licenses if the spectrum is not used efficiently. So just to say about the safeguards, but I fully agree with a strong plea to keep the ambition here. Now, indeed, I wanted to come back to the issue of what, Michał, you said about the copper switch off. And it's a little bit what I hear a bit coming from Tony's question, which is basically concerning if the copper switch off measures that we propose are necessary. I strongly believe they are necessary, and I will tell you why. And I will also take on this issue of take-up, because I have the privilege of having a team who had prepared the Digital Decade report, which was published last year, and we simply have new figures. And I think it's important also to say, so you are right, I don't see Tony in the scene, but okay, over there, yeah, hi Tony. You are right that the biggest problem is take-up, and I think we all agree, but without coverage, there will also be no take-up. So that's a bit the thing. So in terms of take-up, we are still struggling with very low take-up. Currently, it's 27% of fixed broadband subscriptions are the gigabit broadband, which is, by the way, a bit broader than only fiber. So we really do have a problem. On the other hand, we see that demand, and this is also data that we provided in the impact assessment and also in the recently published study by Vic, which was supporting our finding, we see that by 2035, we will have 40% of households and more than 50% of small and medium enterprises that are expected really to require gigabit connectivity, because basically their work will be driven by AI, cloud services, remote work, immersive applications, advanced manufacturing, everything is there. So basically for that, we really need this coverage, and we cannot have the gaps. The important problem with coverage in terms of fiber, yes, we are standing now at 74% on the FTTP. It's not fiber to the home, which is also important difference. But as I said, the current progress will not reach it by 2050. And yes, maybe it would be partially because of Germany, but there are also other member states and people that are not connected to the great connectivity that fiber can bring. Rural coverage, that's another big problem. We are always looking from the perspective of the global numbers, total numbers, but rural coverage currently on fiber is 63%. And there are significant gaps between the rural and overall fiber coverage. So I really think we cannot afford it. Code had not bring solution to the copper switch off. In the code, there was only provision concerning how to ensure the access to the, basically when the incumbent will change the copper network to fiber network, but without any incentives, any push for the copper switch off. Everything was left in the hands of the operators, telecom operators. And yes, in the business plans in general, Marit is right, they are moving towards switch off copper. But without strong push, and this push can only be done at the EU level, will not get there. So I really plead to keep the ambition on the copper switch off, because this is exactly what we need for the full fiber switch off.
Audrey, let me stay with you in regards demand and in specifically 6G. I mean, how are you assessing that at the moment?
That's if only I would have the answer. I think that I will be very, very, very successful and rich. But I think it's a combination for private sector, as Marit was mentioning, in doing big bets, and as well showing the innovation before the product is already in the market. It's a little bit of the magic, You need to be able to show investor that all the money that you're putting in this is going to have some result, but then you have, this long haul of 10 years from time to time, and the same for us in the investment. So it as well how the market is going to trust in your investment, and this is how to get back to the policy environment, how all this key pillar that can show the market that Michal mentioned that, it's not for policymakers, to give trust to the market, but my glasses are flying. I think there is something 6G with them, and they're heavy. But I think it's a combination of big bet investment, a kind of important, strong policy environment, and as well, showing to potential user that it's going to be important. So what we are doing as Qualcomm and other companies investing in 6G is to explain what could become the use cases in the future. So as an example, at Mobile World Congress every year, and in the future, I need to remove my glasses. I need to connect with my glasses. But many players in the industry will show some kind of potential use cases. So I mentioned to you like the entertainment, sports. There is as well an important one which could attract investment on 6G because 6G the way it is defined in the standards will be a sensor network as well. So to make it simple, not just airwaves like we had in the previous generation, but waves that can sense what is happening. So as an example, using my glasses, the network could say, they're going to fall again for the third time, Audrey. But you can translate that in the defense sector, in the safety sector, in the healthcare sector. And this is how we are hoping this will attract a future use and investment.
Well, certainly if you can attach anything to the defense sector at the moment, it's going to get attention. Connected glasses or not. Marit, you had something you wanted to jump in and add to what Audrey is saying?
Yeah, sure. And I can also touch a little bit on the copper switch off topic and to Tony's question. So I felt, I can't remember the question now word by word, but I felt there was a little bit of a questioning of the proportionality of the proposal by the European Commission. And we would certainly agree that the proposal on the copper switch off specifically that has been put forward seems to be very complex and rather over prescriptive. So, and this is against the backdrop that industry is fully endorsing transition towards fiber, transition towards gigabit technologies, because there are other technologies that can reach gigabit speeds. And there has been a huge, huge step forward in the past if we look at the past years. So it is not a question of that nobody's investing or nobody's resisting. It is rather, of course, question of the pace. And I think there the factors such as demand that was raised, perhaps other local barriers. I mean, there are staff shortages, there might be permissions issues, and various reasons why in some countries, indeed, there have been delays, or some countries are a little bit more delayed. But we are questioning if such a heavy measure, such an intrusive regulation is truly necessary to, let's say, mend the situation in a handful of member states. And also because of the complexity of the proposal, we see that there are new reporting obligations and there's quite a lot of, let's say, other kind of burdensome obligations. So in our view, it goes a little bit against the current spirit of simplification. And we would truly prefer that we would keep the market-led approach that is already enshrined in the code, and that has actually delivered the results that we've had today in that respect. On the demand, I mean, just to say, so we are big supporters of the digital decade reports. We like the fact that it is actually measuring the full ecosystem. So connectivity, demand factors, take up, skills, even skills, that's great. Take up of cloud AI by SMEs. All these factors are very important. They're all driving connectivity, and they're helping that organic business case to come to fruition. So I think that's good. I think that incentives for demand could be thought of. How can we really truly incentivize demand through policy measures? And that may be something that we are not seeing, especially also in the copper switch off part, very clearly.
Michal, yeah.
I believe there was also a question about the open source and the support. So let me get back to that, because that's not entirely the role of the DNA proposal to offer, that kind of a support. But still, I believe this is one of the most fundamental parts of all the discussion and debate regarding the tax sovereignty of Europe. Tax sovereignty, which basically does not exist today. Let's be a bit brutal, but these are the figures that we know. But we need to make sure that the open source solutions are being promoted, both by Brussels and by the member states. And we see some positive steps ahead here, originating from some member states and the national governments, which is good. We see clearly a support coming from here, because there needs to be a very visible choice for the clients, for the consumers. You might have closed-end solutions, but we also need to make sure that our European providers of the open source solutions are meeting the demand, are having the market to expand and grow. This is why I believe the whole discussion and the tax sovereignty package is all about that. It's about offering a choice and offering the providers, which are here, which are there in Europe. They need to have a market for the products and services. So that's also our job, to make sure in the Parliament that we are supporting the growth.
Camilla, do you want to pick up on Marit's question about whether, is the copper switch off overly prescriptive? Why is it as prescriptive as it is?
Always. No, because we really did quite considerable research, and we gathered a lot of evidence in the impact assessment in particular before we proposed the measures in terms of the copper switch off. Why we proposed these measures? Not only because the uptake is low, not because the coverage is still low, not because there is such a difference between rural and urban areas. It's also because the main reason, and this is what is very well evidenced in the impact assessment, is that the fiber rollout is not happening in many parts of the EU, and in particular in the 6 member states, because there is persistence of copper networks. So basically, incumbents keep the copper networks. They want to make sure that they bring them all the benefits that are possible. They are sometimes also discouraging the entry of other fiber companies because also by the pricing they are using. So basically, the copper enhanced, in particular, services on enhanced copper are priced in the way that fiber is not very attractive. So there is a problem with persistence of copper networks. And this is why the measure, what we propose, is focus on also copper switch off. By the way, they are also in the mechanism that we built, because the mechanism that we built is very much working closely with the member states, with the regulators, to see what is the specific situation on the ground, and to make sure that we make this push towards fiber coherent and in the way that nobody is left behind, because that's a very important part of the framework. But what we really, really need to make sure is that there is a progress. The code provisions that also Marit was referring to are really only talking about the access to what happens when there is switch off between copper and fiber, and how incumbent should give access to the access seekers. Important element, very important element, but it's not everything. In Ireland, I will give you an example for one of the countries that we were assessing measures. 2 or 3 years ago, the regulator notified to us the copper switch off plan, how they want to do the copper switch off in the country. They still have not received from the operator any plan, concrete plan, how this can happen. There is nothing, and they are still waiting for the information. Without really stronger measure that is really pushing all of us forward, not backwards, we will have to wait until 2050, which would be far too late with the fiber connectivity in the EU.
Ireland's a very particular case. Michal and I were both there talking about it to the Irish presidency just last week, and we hear a lot of problems coming from that particular country. Going to do a sort of final wrap up, but Michal, a question for you. Every euro invested in connectivity is a euro invested. Can you please attach it to the broader competitive question and how the DNA is going to play a part in enhancing European competitiveness overall?
Well, definitely, yes. There's a very clear and direct connection here with the GDP growth. When you look at the DNA proposal and this 350 pages or so, and additional 600 pages of the impact assessment. So I believe the figure that we find there is like the EU GDP increase by 2035 by 300 to 400 billion euro. And that's massive. That's massive once it materializes, obviously. But there's very clearly a very direct connection. If we want to reach this goal, we have to be ambitious. And also directly with the DNA proposal. Because, you know, what I'm a strong opponent whenever I hear that DNA is about the telco industry, full stop. It's not true. I mean, it's just that I know that it might be much more attractive, and it is a bit attractive nowadays to discuss the AI development, the cloud computing, the quantum computing platform, and so on. But still, connectivity needs to be there. It's kind of obvious to us. I'm not sure if it's if it's that obvious to the, let's say, general public, because we are used to the situation that we do have the connectivity, even though it's a bit different among the member states. And I can mention a number of member states where where either the prices are, you know, hard to accept still today, or the connectivity simply is not there. Not only the 5G, but also, you know, the older generations are not there. And this is really, really serious. But we are used to the situation that the system basically works. But if we want really to achieve these big goals, big figures, and the EU growth, because we are still searching for the engines of the competitiveness in Europe, I do believe that Draghi was right, that Letta was right. But the implementation, we are still pretty slow. We are still pretty ineffective. And, you know, our job is to make things really change for better.
We made it almost to the end of the panel without mentioning Draghi or Letta, but we were going to get there eventually.
That's my job, yeah.
I think the fact that we're singling out specific member states probably speaks to the levels of fragmentation. So Audrey, and since we have mentioned the reports, tell us what we need to look at if we want to see less fragmentation, say by 2030. I know that's quite soon. When we compare a lot to the US, it is a different place and there are not necessarily easy translatable things from one to the other.
So yes, and thanks for the question. So it's, I would say the answer is very simple. How we're going to make it happen, I don't know. But getting numbers as well, I mentioned the number of operators in China, 3. Mentioned the number of major operators, okay, in the US, 3. And we look at Europe. So there are many numbers. I consulted many AI agents, and I consulted as well with Connect Europe about the numbers. So I will let Marit really answers, but it is a couple of hundred. And if you look at one country, which I love, Luxembourg, okay, with 700,000, a little bit more, inhabitants. If you look at MVNO plus MNO, it's 5. So I would say just do the math, okay? We need, and I was about who's going to mention Draghi and Leta first, okay? And I'm glad that Michal mentioned it. We just need one market. It's as simple as it is. And it takes courage. I understand it's going to be very difficult as well to make it happen. But I don't believe we are, and I'm speaking personally as a European, I don't believe we have any choice in this. That's something that must happen. It must happen not just, for the business community. It must happen for any of us. It must happen for our kids. It must happen because it's really a catalyst in terms of attracting investment and for us, to keep our jobs as well. So that's my plea, one market. Thank you.
Thank you. Marit, I think to some degree, telcos are a little bit the victim of their own success because, you do keep functioning and you do keep investing enough that we do have connectivity. We all have mobile phones in our pockets. We all know that we can function pretty well in 2026. But it is critical infrastructure. So how do you then say, look, we really need more investment to scale or we need a better regulatory framework? What are the secret ingredients that you would like?
Yeah. So just to paint a picture, and we have all the political buzzwords in the last 2 years that have come up: competitiveness, resilience, sovereignty, Omnibus, simplification, and we have this kind of political vision that we've painted for ourselves. But I certainly personally feel that there's a huge gap between this political vision and then the risks and the commitments that decision makers are actually willing to commit to make this a reality. And I think that the DNA is a little bit suffering from this same disease, if you like. And what I can see is, that there will be 2 scenarios. One scenario is that we say, okay, we keep more or less the policy status quo, or even worse, we might add a little bit of regulation to what we have today. And that, in my head at least, means good enough is enough. Good enough connectivity is enough for Europe. And that's what that's what we want to do. We will do more of the same. Or we say, listen, we need to invest in defense. We want our connectivity sector to be part of defense. We want AI in Europe. We want our connectivity, not only operators, but value chain to be enabled by AI. We want to be leading 6G like we were leading 5G. If we want all those things, we need to do more. We need to be more ambitious. And that means that we should then try to agree at the policymaker level, together with stakeholders ideally, that we want to be more ambitious. We want to introduce, ambitious level of simplification. We want to even introduce some targeted deregulation. we want to harmonize. We want to, cut the regulatory layers that we have today. And I think that, in that way, we will truly achieve that gigabit continent vision and hopefully then innovate and be, more successful as Europe in general. And I know that, that's a big ask for our co-legislators and policymaker friends, but, this is what we have to decide and work on now.
Camilla, I will give you the last brief word before we wrap up, and we will be moving on to a panel on competitiveness and AI next, so you will hear more about that.
Oh, thank you very much. I have to admit that I'm super happy and somehow very much moved that we are all talking a bit the same language, which is very, very important. I think what is indeed important for Europe, for the connectivity, is indeed one market. One market, one Europe. This is what the leaders agreed for. This is what we need to deliver. I agree, nothing is perfect. So DNA proposal, I'm not saying that we covered absolutely everything. We tried to bring ambition, balance, we try to bring competitiveness, single market, and very importantly, resilience, which we have not really discussed, but it's one of very important elements of the DNA. But of course, please go further, do more. I think what is absolutely necessary is necessary to build connectivity for all of us in the future, for the future, and really bring the regulatory framework that will work for all of us for the at least next 10 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Camilla, Michal, Audrey, Marit. Please, a round of applause for our great speakers. And we're just going to change the setup, and we'll be right back in a moment with our next panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you can grab a seat, we are going to move on to our next panel, the second panel of today's conference, which is on rebooting Europe's digital competitiveness, AI, cloud, and the EU rulebook. And once again, please use Slido to submit your questions to our panelists. We are a slightly smaller panel than advertised. Unfortunately, we had 2 cancellations this morning, but we do still have our representative from the European Parliament here. So we have joining us from DG Connect in the European Commission, Head of Unit of Artificial Intelligence, Innovation and Policy Coordination, Gosia Nikauska. Joining us from the ITRE Committee in the European Parliament, we have MEP Ora Sala and Jean-Marc Leclerc, who is Head of Government and Regulatory Affairs, EMEA, at IBM. So let's set the scene. Gosia, perhaps you can tell us what we're looking at. I mean, we've talked in the last couple of panels, we've talked about the DNA, we've touched on the tech sovereignty package, we've talked about the digital omnibus. There's a lot happening, but set the scene for us on what we really are focusing on in terms of competitiveness and where AI and the cloud sit in that.
Well, I don't have to give you the general baseline. AI is everywhere. It's the future. It's changing our economies. It's changing our life. We all see it happening. And the Commission, Europe is not sitting on its hands. We have a number of actions that have been set recently and last year to make sure that Europe is ready for that. So first we had AI Continent Action Plan, which basically gave us the compute power. We already had our supercomputing centers, best public supercomputing center network in the world, and now we opened it to our companies and we optimized it for AI use. Then we looked at apply AI strategy to ensure that our companies take up this technology and that they do really change their core business processes. AI is not an IT issue, it's a business issue. We looked at the key sectors where Europe is already strong, where the impact of AI will be felt most. But that's not enough. 2 weeks ago, I think, 3rd of June, so maybe slightly more than 2 weeks ago, came the tech sovereignty package. The tech sovereignty package looks directly at how we be more resilient and how we can have the capacity to achieve what we want. It will strengthen our research and innovation through grand challenges to make sure that we have the technology, that we remain at the frontier of AI and cloud. It will strengthen our data center capacity through simplifying, for example, the permitting process, and it looks at the sovereignty angle. It gives 4 levels of autonomy that can be used by our public bodies when they procure a certain solution. We remain open to the world in terms of solutions, but we also want to have a choice, especially in our critical sectors. In addition to all that, we also already have operational a set of measures that support the companies on the ground. Starting from the AI Act Service Desk, where any company can check their compliance with AI Act if they have any doubts or questions, through the network of European Digital Innovation Hubs, where companies can come and be supported according to their needs to become more digital generally, and the uptake of AI in particular, and at a higher level, testing and experimentation facilities for those who develop AI and want to check it in real world. And we're also setting up now the sandboxes. Through the Omnibus, it will be a little bit later than planned, but nevertheless, that will be the support for companies to make sure that the technology and legislation work hand in hand. So overall, I think we are on a really good path. What I would say is needed now is to really speed up the implementation.
Thank you. You have worked in the tech sector. You're now a lawmaker in Parliament. Where is your focus?
My focus is building Europe's tech sovereignty and focus on details. I loved when you said that, thank God no one mentioned Draghi report in the last panel. If I hear that one more time, I will walk out. Because, you know, we all know the challenges and problems what we have, but the devil is in the details. And now working on the details, and I can assure you that when you are reading the digital omnibus report coming from the Parliament, you see where I stand. It will come maybe tomorrow then out and public. But the thing is that what Commission is giving these speeches, it sounds great. But to be honest, when we saw the tech sovereignty package, I asked from Henna immediately, so why can't you finally spell it out and say that we need to do this against big American and Chinese companies? Why do you need to go around it and go around it? Would Pentagon ever use European technology? No way. But we are still depending on this in our critical infrastructure, the US tech. And we need to get rid of that. And yes, we have alternatives. But now this morning, I'm reading a news, yet again coming from the Commission, that we will not have public procurement package coming out 1st of July. So they are going around these things now that where we should push more, because public procurement, that will be the key. If Europe's public sector would finally choose European technology, it would actually scale. Because no one has that money. No one has that money. But public procurement could be a helpful tool there to scale our companies. I put out this morning a statement that we need to strengthen our relationship with Taiwan. Because we need these strategic partnerships with our trusted partners. And you all know 90% of our chips comes from Taiwan. But still, Europe cannot say out loud that we have this hold strong on one China policy. Come on, guys, we need to be honest with ourselves. Finally, we need to put Europe first, and we need to start treating China, US, the way they treat us. So be proud what we have, choose European technology, and also when we talk about this market harmonization, sorry, it's not a low-hanging fruit. If you cannot answer the detailed questions on Capital Markets Union, for example. So if I hear one more word, we need more money, we need more capital. Well, let's harmonize insolvency laws. Let's harmonize taxation. Let's open our pension funds. No, no, no. I keep repeating these questions until someone answers me what we will actually do concretely. And I hope that we can go deeper there this morning.
Thank you. Jean-Marc, no warm-up, straight into it. American tech bad, European tech good. You're representing IBM. Would you like to refute that?
First, about the Draghi report. No, I'm kidding. First of all, I'm a glass half full type of guy. You didn't mention the Digital Decade report. The doubling of AI adoption among companies in Europe in 1 year is a huge number. Same for cloud data analytics. I think we are on the road to much broader adoption, even if we're still on this light bulb moment for AI, and it hasn't hit all the factory floors yet. I have my own figures, of course. And that's where I go to your point, Aura. We've just released a study on AI sovereignty. So we've asked a lot of C-level executives around the world. And some of the figures that come out, I think, bring us to the same assessment of the situation. A lot of companies are not understanding fully their dependencies. They are worried that switching from one operator to another will cost them a ton of money. So this is the whole question of, well, one part of the debate on resilience and dependency that we're very interested in. And I think everybody here shares that assessment. Where we may differ is on the solution, of course. I don't think nationality matters. But we can hopefully talk about that. Well, at least that's not what we hear from our clients. And we've been in Europe for over 100 years, and we serve all kinds of industries here as a B2B company. What we hear from our clients is that they want control, and they want to be able to have the choice, so move from one provider to another. They don't think you do that through legislation. They don't think you do that through contracts. They think you do that through the architecture of your technology solutions. And that's what they want. Give me a technology solution that puts me in control, and where no one else can tell me where to go, what to do, what safeguards to put. So the architecture matters. So that's where we come from on this sovereignty debate. You can have architectural sovereignty that you operationalize.
Aura, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, so nationality doesn't matter. Tell that to the International Criminal Court's prosecutor. I'm sorry, that's really naive. Even coming from you, I would say, of course it matters, the nationality. As I said, US would never choose European tech in their critical infrastructure. And there we need to separate. There is critical infrastructure like Microsoft or cybersecurity companies. And then there are other companies that are more for socialization. So those are two different things. But the thing is that in Europe, we can never ever have this choice that we could choose European companies if we don't start choosing European companies first right now, because that's the only option how we could actually scale. And of course, nationality matters, because we have a data transfers agreement with the US, which in my opinion is not valid anymore, for example, but no one says this out loud yet again in the Commission. They cannot say it out loud. Look at what Trump is doing. So, and also, not that we will miss Anthropica or Mythos, but I would say that yes, it matters. Where you have laws that can come on top of this, and who can say that where you can export your product or where you can't export your product. So absolutely, nationality matters.
Well, let me play devil's advocate for a moment here. And you mentioned procurement as a really strong lever for investment. But when we talk about public procurement, that's public money, and don't those making the decisions have a responsibility to choose the best-in-class products? And if they don't exist in Europe yet, surely there has to be a slower pace of transition.
I would argue that we have first-class technology in Europe. Absolutely. Take WithSecure from Finland, cybersecurity company. I would choose it any day over Microsoft. You have Nextcloud, you have Deutsche Telekom, you have many cloud service providers who I could say can beat up Microsoft or Google any day. And then you can build that on open source model like Linux, right? And you have much more secure package there. What it requires is standards. But what we did in 90s with our telco sector, it's doable again. So this is something that I'm screaming out there for the market to create standards. That goes without saying. And I know that it's a nightmare for any IT guy to try to have this interoperability between these different services. But absolutely, we have world-class technology in Europe, and I would not doubt that a second.
Okay, I see a question coming from Rabel Islamovsky asking, do you consider the tech sovereignty package to have fallen short of the expectations that preceded it? If so, does the Franco-German paper on tech sovereignty address these shortcomings, or does it also fail to meet the ambitions required? I don't know if everyone's familiar with the paper. I was also going to ask, where has the tech sovereignty package got it right? So perhaps, Gosha, what are the things that you like in it? Where might things need to go further? And I'll ask all of you to address that.
Well, it's difficult for me to talk about expectations for the tax sovereignty package since we are the ones who put it forward. I think we cannot see the world completely in black and white. It would be nice, but it's not how it is. Nevertheless, I think it gives us strong arguments to actually move forward. I completely agree. Public procurement is the solution. The more our public administration, public bodies procure solutions that are made in Europe, the better. But we have to facilitate it for them because it is not easy to select the solution, and the hyperscalers are out there with their nice offers, which seem to solve all the problems. And what is good now, what is happening now, is that both the administrations and the companies actually realize that, and they are looking for European alternatives, and the more and more them already are available. Some of them have to be upgraded to be fully responding to the needs, but we are out there trying to make that happen. But we cannot cut off ourselves completely of the technology that comes from other countries, and that's okay as well. I mean, that's not what we want to do, but we definitely need to have more alternatives and possibly, suffer a little bit at the beginning. I mean, how many of you here are using Mistral when you need to use a chatbot, GPT chatbot?
Fewer than you might think.
But that's the thing. The fewer of us use Mistral, the worse Mistral will be, and the worse, the farther behind it will lag. So please make this commitment today. At least, do first 1-2 searches through Mistral, and then if you really are unhappy, move on to other things. But give it a chance. I think it is a little bit on all of us to care about this, especially in today's world. And the same goes for public administrations, for whom it is more difficult because they do have these conditions of choosing the best solution. But sometimes with a bit of effort, and we can support on that, it can really happen. And I think these 4 levels of sovereignty that Cloud and AI Development Act comes with, it gives us this opportunity for the critical sector where it really matters. We can have the highest level. For the social, like was said, we can remain more flexible and use basically what is available. But we cannot completely stay behind. Europe really has to move forward, and I am personally a strong believer in frontier AI. I think we have to get it done. And just to come back to the Franco-German paper, I think it goes very much in the same direction. But I think ambition is already there. We know what we want. We just need to deliver on it.
What does the tech package get right? Or
No, it gets many things right. And why I'm pushing this so hard is that, I had the same arguments for 10 years. No one listened to me. But then when you put it more black and white, you actually get people to listen, and then also we can have a debate, right? And we will need the world, and we will stay open to the world. We will work with Americans, we will work with Chinese even. But the thing is that there needs to be reciprocity. And that's the thing that we are lacking right now. And we cannot have that if we don't have our own tech stack. And that's why we need to push hard now on public sector to choose European technology. On a critical infrastructure, we need to choose European technology, for sure. But then for private sector, by all means, if you want to use whatever technology, I don't care. I'm a market liberalist, you can do that. But I care that if my prime minister cannot send a message in an hour if everything is down. So we need to separate these 2 conversations there. So definitely Commission gets many things right, and I am thanking them for that, and I hope that I can work on the file. But the thing is that we need to also think the other way around, because now they focus a lot on infrastructure and these gigafactories or data centers. But that's the problem. We have always done it the wrong way in that sense that with European money, we build a road, right? We have many roads that are built with the European money. The same thing here. We are building the infrastructure, we're putting a lot of money for infrastructure, and that's great. We need that as well. But Google, Apple, Meta, they were not built that way. They had the innovation, right? And the road will be built for sure. And data centers will follow for sure. That goes without saying. So we need to think the other way around. We need to enable these companies to grow in this continent. And then all this will come. And the last thing about the data centers, where they got it a little bit right and a little bit wrong in that sense, that is that we absolutely need data centers. But we should not facilitate these centers for American big tech companies. And there we got it wrong.
Jean-Marc, your thoughts on all of that, really? What is the tech package getting right, the tech sovereignty package getting right, and where are the shortfalls?
So everybody's focused on the Cloud and AI Development Act, I'll get to that, but everybody forgets the other pieces of the package. The strategy on digitizing the energy sector, which is extremely important. Nobody talks about it. Of course, there's the CHIPS Act, back to your point on Taiwan. I was a bit disappointed with the open source element. I mean, we've bet a lot on open source. To us, that's a major part of the sovereignty debate. It's a bit of a shame that it's not always part of the conversation. I think open source could have deserved its own separate strategy, not just a strategy, by the way. You're talking about public procurement. If you're going to impose rules on member states, why not impose very strict rules on reserving a part of your public money to open source solutions? I know it's somewhere in there, but it's not binding. It's an encouragement. Now, we'll see what the public procurement directives are about, etc. But I think open source could have had a bigger role in the whole package. On the Cloud and AI Development Act, I mean, I'm still trying to figure out the assurance levels and what exactly what exactly they mean and how to adapt technology offerings to them. I mean, maybe the benefit of it all is that we will see what's sovereign and what is not, you know, because you're all familiar with the sovereignty bashing term now. Maybe that will be the litmus test for that. Back to my original point, I still don't think there should be a nationality element in there. I get your point on ICC, but you know, it's a generalization to all American companies, which, you know, from my standpoint and my companies,
you are under the Cloud Act, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
well, let me put it to you then. You know, I mean, there is an argument to be made that with advances,
you know, there are lots of European companies that are under the Cloud Act. That's not an issue. You can be governed by the rules of a country and have your own legal, technical ways. You know.
And still we see kill switch in Europe.
What kill switch?
Well, maybe you need to Google these answers with American Google.
I mean, is this a question that really is about geopolitics here? And is it about, it's not so much about America as the current American administration. Is that the problem, Aura? And
It definitely
might that change?
When I saw my old boss, like, you know, picturing himself with the new leadership and all these tech companies there, I thought this is just way too much. But not only that, because of course things have happened after that as well. They have been threatening a sovereign country in Europe. I mean, that goes beyond anything. And that was the final moment I thought that we need to get rid of these American, you know, dangerous dependencies what we have. And then people tell me, oh, but it will change, you know. Well, look at the Democrats at the moment. I don't have high hopes. Oh, but that was just a side comment. That being said, it's not about the current administration. For example, the US has been asking like decades from us, like, you know, like build up your own defense. Build up your own defense. It's not only Trump administration, to be honest. I'm a proud reservist from NATO, from Finland, and I know in my country that we need to stand on our own. We need to do that because no one will save us in the end. So that's why we have a strong army and reservists. That's the same thing. You need to stand on your own, and then you do trade with reciprocity. And that's something that Trump also, you know, understands. It's business, but if you are not even, if you are always leaning like this, it's not good for global politics either. Mm-hmm. And that's why I don't think that we should wait what happens in the US next. We need to stand on our own, and then we do trade with whatever administration, right?
Yeah. Jean-Marc, I mean, companies like IBM are a little bit caught in the middle of this. Yeah. It's impacting, presumably, investment. Yeah. I mean, we take questions about regulatory certainty and how companies are always crying out for that in order to invest further and therefore innovate further. I mean, is there an argument to be made that, you know, innovation is a global phenomenon and that a rising tide lifts all ships, be they European or American or Chinese?
Yeah. Well, no, absolutely. Look, I work for global companies headquartered in the US, yes, but you know, it's a global operation. Tariffs, trade wars, conflicts between governments, they're bad for business, and that's it. You know, that's the way we try and look at it, with a neutral business approach. So none of this is helpful to us. I'm glad that the the Turnberry deal passed the parliament. Hopefully this is the start of a more peaceful conversation between the two blocs. This tech dialogue that's coming hopefully will be meaningful and focused, and maybe the questions can be put on the table, and we can have a more peaceful environment. Because that's what matters to companies, because that's how you make your investment decisions. And I work for a company that's invested a ton in Europe and wants to continue doing so. So that type of conflict is not helpful at all for business.
I see a question here from Kashan Oros saying, how do we avoid the mistake of moving towards a politically guided view on supply chains rather than a technically based one? I think this is maybe what we're getting into the weeds a bit with here. I see also, Gosha, a specific question for you from Florian Schuck from the Digital SME Alliance. AI factories seem good for training models, but then SMEs need to have infrastructure to run the AI on for multiple years. Where is the inference infrastructure that is impossible for small businesses to build on their own? And I want to come back to infrastructure as well more generally, but Gosha, perhaps you could take that one.
Yeah, well, that's the data centers basically. So that's why we are trying to support the building of the data centers as well, because we believe that many companies will need access to it. Yeah, the supercomputing centers are for the fine tuning of your model, but the actual interference when you run it, you need something much closer, and that's the build of the data centers. But kind of coming back to the previous discussion, I think it's great that we have great collaboration and fantastic that big companies, global companies invest in Europe. But I'm with Aura on this. We have to stand on our 2 feet first, and then we can speak on equal footing to everybody. In terms of American administration, the export controls on chips, for example, that came from Biden. So that was even before Trump. So I think we have to have our strengths well defined and build on them, so that then we can negotiate and come out on top of it, or at least with a good solution for all partners. And I think that's exactly what Europe is doing. We are moving ahead, we are building our strengths while not cutting out anybody, while trying to protect our interest and remain resilient in today's world.
And can a focus on infrastructure in principle reduce strategic dependencies? Do you think that that's the way to go? I was suggesting we should be less focused on infrastructure and more focused on other elements. Where do we see the infrastructure as being a lever?
Well, we deliver a lot on infrastructure, so therefore I go around the world and speak about infrastructure, but we do other things as well. So I don't think it is a one-way street. Of course, something like a gigafactory is a big thing. It costs lots of money, it involves lots of people, so it's something that we are proud of and that we are promoting, but it's not the only thing. The Commission is acting on many fronts, starting from the single market through the various energy package, for example, to ensure that we actually have energy to run all these data centers and supercomputing facilities. So I think today's discussion focuses a little bit on that, and infrastructure is definitely important. We cannot stay behind this, because then all these dreams of having comparable models to what is out there in the world are simply gone, because there will be nowhere to run them on. So we have to strengthen ourselves on that, but this is not the only thing that we are doing.
And I think there's a lot of conversations to be had around energy as well, including energy use, which is one that comes up on discussions. Jean-Marc, not specifically infrastructure, but even including infrastructure, where are the shortfalls in terms of investment? I mean, you said, it's about what's good for business and bad for business. Is there a particular gap that you see in Europe where investment needs to really step up, and who should be filling that gap? Is it public money? Is it private money? Is it investment? Is it we talk about how we don't have a venture capital, really robust venture capital system here. So what is the solution there, if there is indeed a gap?
Yeah. Well, we've been talking about the venture capital element for a long time. I don't know. On this one, I'm a bit pessimistic. It's not really moving forward quite a bit. I think it's, of course, public money is important, and I find it absolutely fair that member states and the EU would support homegrown companies through public procurement. For me, the main question, and I won't mention his name again, is the single market element. Companies will invest more in Europe if they feel that there's legal certainty and that indeed this is a market, not 28 markets. And in my discussions internally about the simplification work and the digital and the AI Omnibus, it's all about that. Mm-hmm. Do we still have to report all over the place, or does the simplification help having a one-stop shop for this or that? It's that kind of question. This facilitates investment a lot, at least in my experience. When you feel you have a market, you have legal certainty, and then you have a consistency in the approach and a focus on adoption of technologies. just to go back to the infrastructure point, of course you need infrastructure. And it's not like there's no infrastructure in Europe, far from it. There is a lot of infrastructure. I'm more interested in how we encourage uptake of cloud data, etc., and how we talk about use cases and encourage using more. So I know it's here and there in the Apply AI strategy. I don't think there's enough focus on use cases. Technologies are great. More important is what you do with them.
Yeah. I have a question here from Ping Ping Huang saying, the Digital Omnibus delays key AI Act provisions. Does this introduce legal uncertainty, I guess both for business and for international regulators trying to align with the EU, and risk eroding the Brussels effect? Aura, would you like to tackle that?
Yeah, first me just tell you, business doesn't happen in a bubble. So it is part of the global politics always. That's why we are having this conversation. But coming back to these omnibuses, to be honest, I'm working on one of the hardest one at the moment on the GDPR and on the AI omnibus as well. Yes, there was a pause the clock, and business is wondering, like, you know, how will this impact, and when will it impact our business, and how will all this fitness check and digital omnibus like impact our work, and rightly so, because I never believed in Brussels effect. Never. I was completely against it because the best export product from Europe cannot be regulation. And then there were these professors saying that, yeah, everyone will implement and enforce the same set of rules, or, you know, copy us because it will create certainty. What it actually created is even more fragmented market, more uncertainty. No one copied this. China and US, they are even more far ahead from us. So now we are just, all of a sudden, the Commission has this urge to simplify, but what they do is that they don't do impact assessment. They don't think that if they are opening this warm box or box of worms on a definition on personal data, that it also impacts the same way big American companies, that it impacts European companies if you don't have competition tools to building blocks there. So if you simplify these rules on data in the EU, you need to make sure that you do it for your own companies yet again. So there is lack of strategic vision in the Commission in that sense, that you would put together competition and digital technologies and think how this sovereignty can be lifted up without easing these things to big Chinese or American companies at the same time. That's why I asked from Henna again and again that why didn't you spell it out in the tech sovereignty package, that who is this for? Because now we are creating more legal uncertainty for our own companies, and that's a problem for business.
Jean-Marc, your thoughts on the stop the clock and the AI omnibus?
Yeah, I think that was necessary just for technical reasons. The high-risk requirements in the AI Act are very much linked to standards, as you know. If you don't have the standards, you don't know precisely how you comply. If you don't have the standards and there's a deadline, you're going to be in trouble if there's, and because there will be enforcement. So, you know, delaying that deadline was just common sense.
Do you believe in the Brussels effect? And Gosha, I'm going to ask you that question as well.
I did, because I've been in contact with with governments outside of Europe who wanted to discuss GDPR and the AI Act. I think these two mostly. But then it stopped, I think, with the AI Act, because these countries have realized that there are other ways, that heavy-handed legislation is not always the issue outside of product safety, which is important. So you just see the race, the global race, and these countries don't want to, you know, be in the race with China and the US and Singapore and Japan, etc. So I think a lot of them looked at the AI Act and thought, okay, that maybe we can take things from there to make sure AI on the market is safe. Everything else we'll leave it aside because it's just too much, and it scares maybe companies away.
Let me ask the audience by a show of hands who believes in the Brussels effect, not whether it exists, but whether it is meaningful and useful. Hands up if you think it is a meaningful, useful effect that's real or measurable. Okay, not even half, I don't think. Gosha, what are your thoughts on the so-called Brussels effect? I mean, maybe we need to be just a little bit circumspect about how much of an impact it's having.
I think it's having quite a lot of impact. Even having Jean-Marc here proves that. I mean, it's important for companies across the globe. I am going to another event after this one, and there is a presentation of a study where they have analyzed the companies that are already complying with the AI Act. The extension of compliance remains to be seen, considering that not all provisions are actually in place yet. But apparently 45% of those companies are beyond Europe. Why? Because they want to deliver services on our soil, and therefore they have to comply with the AI Act. So I would say the Brussels effect is definitely real. Not to mention, of course, the Digital Markets Act and Digital Services Act that we can read in the news has clear effects way beyond Brussels. Also, Canada now recently introduced some policies that go exactly in the same direction, protecting security, safety of the citizens, which is the objective of the regulation. It doesn't regulate the AI Act solutions themselves. It only enters into action when you are active in one of the risk categories. So I think it was well designed exactly to take over the risk while allow for innovation to happen. So I would say Brussels effect is definitely there. And last but not least, we tend to say that the Americans don't regulate. They actually have over 200 regulations at state level concerning AI. So, it's not that easy on the other side of the pond either.
Thank you. I see sudden flurry of questions all come in right at the last moment. So we'll maybe try and group a couple of them. Giovanni Genovese from Semi Europe is saying, why have we stopped focusing on our strengths and investing in key future technologies for Europe's global competitiveness? Isn't that cheaper and more forward-looking than sovereignty? Rabil, again, asking what role does quantum computing play within the tech sovereignty package, and what should we expect from the upcoming Quantum Act? Jean-Marc, let's talk about quantum. It's likely to be hugely disruptive in the near to medium term. What's your assessment? And is it somewhere where the EU could, steal a jump on other areas and get ahead of the game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a big opportunity for Europe. We have a strategy from the Commission on quantum computing and a Quantum Act that's coming. I hope it will be very focused on adopting quantum, developing quantum jointly in Europe. But, it's not the beginning of the story on quantum. I'm looking a lot at the security aspects of quantum. The Commission has produced a really good roadmap to member states to prepare for the moment when quantum will be widely adopted. So, I think that there's a plan. I'm really looking forward to see what's in the Quantum Act. As far as we have two quantum computers in Europe, a quantum data center in Germany. So we've already put a lot of investment in Europe on that, because that's where our collaborations are. Quantum is a collaborative technology. There is no company that does quantum on their own. Impossible. It's an ecosystem thing. And Europe has an amazing ecosystem, great quantum companies, etc. So it's very important to start looking at that already now, because if we don't want to have the conversation we've had on cloud or AI on quantum, it's really now that it needs to be taken seriously.
Angel Moreno says the latest Digital Decade report paints a worrying picture of the EU's progress in skills development in areas like AI and cyber. in your view, what are the most effective actions to strengthen AI skills? Kasia, do you want to tackle that one for me, please?
Well, we have a lot of actions relating to skills. There are a lot of support measures. We are looking at strengthening the expertise for AI experts, but also sectoral experts, because now many companies are becoming AI companies because simply for their processes are becoming, including much more AI. So there is really that. And also we all need to understand how to use this technology so it is used in a safe and responsible way. And I would say that the only answer to this is really literacy, and that's the responsibilities on all of us. So inform yourselves. There is a lot of training and information already available. Even our big hyperscalers are providing pretty good trainings in that sense. So, since it's available, why not use it? But also other organizations, member states, almost everybody has some kind of trainings that are available for everybody. And then in the companies, it is really important that people are aware how to use AI responsibly. So there has to be some kind of guidance. We have a repository of literacy practices on our website, so you can look there, inspire yourself, also maybe learn from others how this is done. This is not complicated, but it's an absolute must. It will not lead to increasing the digital decade indicator, at least not in the short term, but I think this is a must that should simply happen in what is happening nowadays.
All right, a couple of linked questions, I think, actually, for you. Heidi Niemi from Dulcify is saying, you mentioned that the Pentagon would never run on European tech. Heidi agrees. But what do you think about Europe joining the American AI exports program, and how would you back European first procurement for public bodies? And Susanna Zreddy also wants to know, how do we reconcile nationality requirements in the pursuit of tech sovereignty with the EU's international and trade commitments?
Thank you. Excellent questions. First, about Pax Silica. If someone can explain to me what that deal actually is, please come after this, because I think it's a one-pager, and then even my country wanted to join that because I think they wanted the US to buy icebreakers from Finland, so maybe that was the reason. But to be honest, come on, guys. We cannot sign up for these kind of agreements where we don't even know the details. And at the same time, we need to renegotiate or think the data transfers agreement, I would say. So we need to be firm on tech sovereignty, because then without that, we will never have our own European high-tech companies. And to be honest, let's be frank about these things, because somehow now we are trying to sugarcoat many of these questions. Why Pax Silica, Greek, Sweden, Finland? Well, because of Ericsson, because of Nokia. So of course we understand our companies who want to do business globally. I believe in free trade. I believe in free market as much as possible. But right now, it's not a free market. It's not a free market because it's protectionist what comes to China. It's protectionist to some extent what comes to the US, to Europe. So that's why we are super naive here if we sign up for this kind of agreements. On private sector, as said, I believe in free market, but I'm talking about the public sector. And to be honest, why I'm always talking about this like a boring topics or details on capital markets union. I'm talking about that because if I ask from unicorns from Sweden or Finland or Luxembourg or Ireland, why do they go to Delaware? Yes, they go there because they have a full market access, but they go there because of money, 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 money. So that's why this public money that we have, and it's not a lot, we should put the European companies for them to scale. And then when it's a good technology, I believe that European private sector will also choose Mistral and WithSecure because it is becoming the world leading technology. So let's put our money where our mouth is and let's stop being naive and join these kind of contracts like Pax Silica.
Thank you, Aura. Jean-Marc, just a final question from Yannick Franken. Many are focusing on the race of training large language models right now, but might a more long-term and ambitious question be how to build and control the needed infrastructure? How do we speed that up? And also perhaps give us a key takeaway from this.
How you build control? Well, you give your client access and control of the control panel. All the switches. Okay. Who accesses the data? Where is the data? Who are the suppliers? That's the control panel. You can do that. This technology exists. So, it's something that's what I was saying. You don't need rules or public procurement. You can just do it already. Now, on my takeaway, I mean, that's where I go back to where we differ, I'm afraid. I'm worried about your isolationist take on things. I don't think that's going to help Europe. We talk to a lot of companies in Europe like yourself. I don't think they want a handout. Yes, public procurement can help, but you're not going to create European champions with public money only. What European companies want here, same as global companies like mine, they want a market where they can grow and they want demand. You've probably met our friends from ASML. That's what they talk about all the time. They have zero demand in Europe. That's where the problem is. You can get demand from the state, fine, but that's not going to be the solution.
Thank you. And it's been a robust discussion. We're going to finish off with another provocative question. Finally, Gosha, David is asking, how does the Commission reconcile the EU desire for sovereignty with having Microsoft licenses for its computers?
Yes, that's the question I ask myself. We're working on it. Unfortunately, yeah, as I said, there is no black and white. We cannot switch from one day to another, but we are looking at other options to have simply more choice in terms of solutions. It is currently not the case. We are indeed using a lot of Microsoft, but there is a kind of ray of hope, if I may say so. There was a public procurement tender for cloud, and the Commission actually worked with the suppliers and now has a contract with 3 European suppliers. So that gives us also more resilient choice and is a little bit different than the let's say usual players on the market. But as I mentioned before, it required work. It was not immediately available. We had to prepare for this, and I would call on every one of us, if you care about European resilience, if you don't like sovereignty as a word, if you care about European resilience, try to look around before you make the kind of easiest choice in terms of IT solutions.
Well, thank you.
May I ask final question from him? Just saying that how badly is it going in the US when Pentagon and White House are choosing US tech only? It's such a closed up.
And
so
isn't that procurement?
Yeah,
I should remind you that
I
Jean-Marc
represent
doesn't work
IBM,
for the
not the American
administration.
government. So, I represent a global company here that loves Europe, wants to invest here, that's with you completely on resilience, being able to switch, choose your partners. You can talk to the US government if you like.
You will.
Well, the first panel was a lot of similaring opinions. That's not to be said for this second panel, but thank you for the very spirited conversation. Please give our guests a round of applause. We're going to take a coffee break now. I think everyone needs it. We'll be back for a panel on Digital Fairness Act at 12:15.
I hope everyone is rejuvenated from their coffee break. Thanks again for joining us here. My name is Anupriya Datta. I'm a tech reporter for Euractiv. And now we're going to re-gear the discussion a bit now to focus on the upcoming Digital Fairness Act. With a purpose of revamping the online consumer protection rules currently in place in the EU. And maybe to better explain this, I will invite our panelists on the stage. We're joined by Isabelle Perignon, the Director for Consumers at DG Just at the European Commission. Thank you very much. Okay. MEP Laura Ballerin-Cereza. She is a S&D member, sorry, at the IMCO committee. And finally, Dr. Urs Buske. He is the senior legal officer at BILC, the European Consumer Organization. Thank you very much for joining us on this rather hot day. Let's get started. So the upcoming Digital Fairness Act, expected somewhat by the end of this year, is supposed to revamp the existing consumer protection laws, also having a plan to revamp the enforcement measures. Before I start, so audience is able to ask questions via the Slido app. So there is a QR code you can use, scan it, and it would be great if you could address the questions to the specific panelists to keep the discussion alive. All right, perfect. So as the EU advances its plans for the upcoming DFA, there are a lot of questions arising, specifically how does it sort of align with the Commission's overall simplification goals. We already have a tech rulebook, and there are concerns about whether it's being enforced properly. So first, Isabelle, I'm looking at you to give us some insight on the recent state of play for the DFA. So what sort of timeline the Commission is thinking of? What are the thoughts? How do you see the package shaping up?
Yes, thank you so much, Anupriya, for your question, and good afternoon to all of you. The good news is that the DFA is coming. We are preparing it intensively with the team, so the objective is to go next week before the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, and afterwards, as announced in the Commission work program, we will present it by the end of this year. It's a very important piece of legislation. We have consulted, and I'm sure that many of you have participated into this consultation. We have consulted quite very largely. There was more than 7,000 submissions that we received. And when you're going to look into the outcome of the Digital Fairness Act, it will not really come as a surprise because many elements are taken already from what we had put on the table, which was a Digital Fairness Fitness Check report. So basically, we are checking, analyzing, and trying to indeed simplify, clarify the rules for the businesses, but also make sure that we don't leave any loopholes in the existing legislation. And there we have different elements. First, we're looking into the dark patterns, what can unfairly influence consumer decision. And as you know, several options on the table. One of them is to make sure that we update the type of dark patterns that exist already in existing legislation, such as the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, where we have already a list of what we call the annex to the updated UCPD. And then, second point, we're also looking at the attention and spending maximizing features. So they are, in fact, in capturing what we call the addictive designs. And that's all these features that push you as consumers to keep using the service or even spend more money than what you wanted to put and to buy. So that's the second thing that we are analyzing. Third, we want to tackle problematic commercial practices, especially the ones that are pushed by the social media influencers. And there we draw a distinction between the influencers, who are falling under the existing media law because they are pushing for some radical ideas, pushing for, ideology that is covered by media law, but we are covering the other types of influencers, the ones who are pushing you to buy an extra pair of shoes because we think that that was the best. But there are more dangerous products than pair of shoes, of course. So that's really the things that we are analyzing, especially because we have seen in Europe that there are many member states who have already come up at national level with specific legislation. So we think it's important that we do something at European level. We also tackle the unfair personalization practices, the ones especially exploiting vulnerabilities. And in that perspective, I'm sure that we will talk about it later, but it's important to protect the minors, but also protect the persons with disabilities, persons who like my parents, have also vulnerabilities because of their age in being fully digital. And that's an important features for us. Finally, we also want to tackle in the Digital Fairness Act all the issues linked to the subscription of contracts online. I'm sure you have all experienced that it's very easy, to subscribe to a contract online, but very difficult sometimes to cancel the subscription, or sometimes you try and you have a free trial, but then without really noticing it or without being fully informed, then it's converted into a long-term contract. All these things of contract subscription traps that we want to tackle now in a more efficient manner. And finally, problems dealing with pricing, especially, for example, and we talked about it several times, for example, dynamic pricing. What happens when you want to buy online a ticket at a certain price to go and see and attend a concert, or you want to see a football game, that's the football season, and then you realize that the price advertised is very different from the price you're buying your ticket. So that's the all elements of the Digital Fairness Act that with my team we are testing next week with the Regulatory Scrutiny Board.
Perfect. Maybe a quick follow-up in one or two lines. So what is this RSB procedure for legal noobs like me who don't know what it means?
Yes, that's, I think, the beauty of doing proper legislation at European level, which means that we do evidence-based legislation. And it means that we're coming with an assessment of the costs and the benefits of all the options that we'll put on the table to make sure that we have fair and sustainable legislation.
Okay, perfect. Looking at you, MEP Cereza, your political group, S&D, has also placed the DFA as one of its priorities. So I wanted to also ask you as a S&D member, also as an IMCO member, what sort of issues are you looking from the Parliament's perspective to be inside the DFA?
Thank you so much, and obviously welcome everybody. Thank you also to Euractiv and the rest of the organizers to celebrate this very relevant seminar and conference, and also to the speakers I share the panel. And well, obviously, as you said, from the S&D perspective, we put a lot of hopes and work in the last months on this new piece of legislation. And I would also try to answer a bit the previous question before going to the next one, because we are seeing this debate on simplification, over-regulation. And, well, obviously, first, from the Parliament, we love laws, so we are willing to have new laws. I mean, that's probably obvious, but the question we have to put ourselves is, are the EU consumers enough protected in the digital environment? I think the answer is pretty clear, no. And if the current digital consumer rulebook is enough to protect the consumers, and the answer is also no. And obviously, we would like, and we are working, and we are trustful that the current laws will be duly enforced. And of course, we have the DSA, which we really appreciate, and it has the S&D also rapporteurship, and it's very early, obviously, on its implementation. So we consider that it still has a lot of room to be enforced. We consider that there are many aspects that are not covered, obviously because the digital economy is evolving very quickly. And we see how the traders are very smart in terms of inventing new tricks, inventing new formulas. And we consider very clearly, and the Commission has published the digital fitness check, and it's also working with the consumers' organizations. The reality is very clear that we need new tools to comply with this and to protect consumers. This was my first pitch. In terms of what do we expect, we consider that the DFA is the necessary evolution of the EU consumer protection framework, and basically rather than a technical exercise or just to address isolated gaps. So we consider that it should ensure that the EU consumer law remains fit for the future, effective in practice, and capable of addressing new forms of consumer vulnerability and asymmetry in the digital environment, while contributing to the well-functioning of the uncompetitive single market. I think this is the framework in which we are working when we especially target the vulnerable consumers and the new digital economy. So going specifically, and I don't want to repeat what Isabel has mentioned, but we work, of course, hand in hand. And from the Parliament, we will put a lot of emphasis on the priorities, especially to recognize and address consumers' vulnerability online. And this would mean to rethink and rediscuss the concept of vulnerable consumer. And on this, we really expect that this law contains specific chapters to address minors, which we consider, obviously, it's a group very vulnerable, and actually the group who consumes more the digital services. So obviously we need to have specific things, and I think we will discuss maybe when we talk about protection of minors online. But as Isabel said, disabled people, but especially old people, we are all seeing in our family entourage how, I don't want to call it old, but you understand me, golden age, whatever. They have some digital skills, but they are very vulnerable in terms of differentiating what is legal and illegal, what is true or not. And especially when we talk about fraud, numbers are very clear. Traders are targeting this group of population, and I think this is a huge opportunity to address this issue. Obviously, tackle algorithm opacity and personalization of prices. It's very important, so we hope to introduce transparency obligations and also tackle the dynamic transparency or dynamic pricing. You know that in the Parliament we have been organizing several events in the last years, introducing some amendments, and we will be very looking forward to have something on that, understanding that legally it has some constraints, but talking about maybe targeting dynamic pricing in specific situations. We have done this in Spain, specifically, for example, with concrete emergencies or pandemics. Maybe there you can really ban. It's something to be discussed. Of course, addictive designs and dark patterns. This will be one of our top priorities from the Parliament, and we will put a lot of attention to that. Protection of minors, as I said, important, tackling the loot boxes, the pay-to-win mechanisms in video games. We know video games is something that will need to be addressed. Obviously, the marketing influencer, we also see how specifically minors, how they don't differentiate what is publicity or not. And basically because it's not clear now in the laws how has to be targeted. And I will put an example. We have also seen with my team doing an experiment how in Instagram and TikTok it's very different. In Instagram it's quite clear how the influencers are labeling and targeting this is publicity, but in TikTok not at all. And you cannot even differentiate. Sometimes it's just 1 second in invisible letters that appear in a video, but then even the aesthetic, the way that they talk, it's undifferentiable on advertising. So obviously a lot of room of maneuver there. And finally, warranty, effective human customer service and post-contractual fairness. It's something also that we see that we need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we already got a sneak peek as to amendments you might expect on a law that we may see by the end of the year. And now I'm also looking at you, Dr. Buske. I remember, or as if I may, I remember reporting on the letter Beuk wrote about having a strong Digital Fairness Act. So there is already a need and a call from your organization to have one ambitious DFA. So I wanted to briefly touch upon what your priorities are, but also how is Beuk planning to address this simplification push that we're already seeing from the Commission, but also from industry and other actors?
Well, thanks a lot. First of all, for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know BEUC, the European Consumer Organization, we're the largest organization representing the general interests of European consumers. And today we represent more than 40 independent national consumer organizations from over 30 countries, including European countries, so EU countries, but also non-EU countries such as Switzerland and Norway. Before discussing the question how the DFA can simplify rules and how it can improve enforcement, which I think are both very important questions, I would like to come back to the question of why the DFA is needed. Isabel briefly mentioned the digital fairness fitness check. And it's really, I think it's important to emphasize the importance of this document. The Commission took 2 years' time to do an assessment of how horizontal EU consumer law, so mainly the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive and the Consumer Rights Directive, apply online and whether they provide consumers with the protection they need. 2 years. Imagine that in the time of Omnibus. 2 years of time to make an assessment. And the outcome is really worth reading because in my view, it completely sets the scene for the ongoing debate. It's 300 pages plus annexes. The whole thing is more than 1,000 pages, but it's really worth it. Just a couple of findings that I find really important. First of all, the report gives an excellent overview of the many forms of unfair commercial practices that consumers face online nowadays. Secondly, the report confirms that consumer law remains relevant as a safety net, even in the online environment, despite the sector-specific legislation that was adopted during the last mandate, such as the Digital Services Act. Because, for instance, the Digital Services Act has, of course, a limited scope. It applies only to online intermediaries. Or the Digital Markets Act only applies to gatekeepers, so on and so forth. So the report confirms that there's still room for consumer law as a safety net to complement existing legislation. And probably the most important finding of the fitness check report is that consumer law, although it remains relevant and important, is not able to protect consumers. Why? Because there are legal gaps and a lot of legal uncertainty how it applies online. And actually, this is not surprising because, I mean, the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive, when was it adopted? You remember? Probably you don't. It was more than 20 years ago. And I mean, obviously things have changed since then, right? So it's urgently needed to update it. And well, this is what the DFA is supposed to do. And therefore, I want to clarify, because you several times spoke about like new pieces of legislation. But in my view, it's not a new piece of legislation. The purpose will be to update existing law. So it's not like adding another layer to the rulebook. It's updating a key part of it, not adding something new, updating it, clarifying. So this is important. What are our priorities? Well, actually, I could say like everything that you listed, Isabel, is our priority. I mean, there's so many problems that need to be addressed urgently. So we're really glad to see that you're listing so many topics that you want to address, also the topics that you listed. So I can subscribe to all of this on behalf of our membership. Maybe just to highlight a couple things, but really you said, oh, I mean, dark patterns, they are super annoying because they are everywhere. There's a commission study that points out that 97% of all websites and apps use dark patterns. So whenever you open your phone, open an app, you basically, you face dark patterns that try to mislead you. This is super annoying. Same addictive design. We speak a lot about addictive design. We speak about protection of minors, and we speak about social media bans. But the thing is, addictive design is no longer limited to social media. That's where it started, yes, but then it has spread first to online marketplaces, and now it's going way beyond. Because companies, obviously, they want you to stay online, either to make you spend money, or because in most cases you don't spend money, you pay with your data, well, to continue to collect your data. So there's incentives, there are incentives for businesses to use addictive design. And we see many marketing agencies that openly sort of like promote their ability to use addictive design to make your website or your app as addictive as it can be. So this also needs to be addressed. And then there's a whole thing, like a whole aspect of personalization, personalization of advertising, obviously, personalization of prices, personalization of the offers that we see. There's a large risk to that consumers are exploited, that their vulnerabilities are exploited. But maybe there's one little topic that was not mentioned and I would like to add, and that's the burden of proof. I mean, in the end, to make a difference for consumers, they will have to be able to enforce the Digital Fairness Act, right? If they are not able to enforce it, it won't make a difference for them. But the burden of proof, which is on the claimant in our law tradition, is one of the main obstacles for consumers to enforce their rights. There's statistics that show how difficult it is for consumers to cope with the burden of proof. And this is particularly true in the digital environment, where there's such a strong information asymmetry between traders and consumers. So if we really want to make a difference for consumers, if we want to ensure that the Digital Fairness Act delivers for consumers, we also, in our view, should ease the burden of proof. And this is nothing revolutionary that we're asking for. This was just done in the revision of the Product Liability Directive, which was adopted a couple of years ago. The burden of proof was eased because the legislator has acknowledged that otherwise it remains meaningless for consumers, and we should do the very same with the DFA. Thanks a lot.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We're already getting a few questions, so this seems to be a very hot topic issue, and one of the existing themes, and I will get to the questions later, is this risk of regulatory overlaps, which seems to be an existing concern from industry, but also from member countries. We saw a recent non-paper from Poland, which also said that was questioning why a DFA is required in this, let's say, Commission's era of simplification. We've seen several Omnibus, etc. So maybe to Isabel, firstly, what are your thoughts on the need to balance simplification with the DFA, and how will the Commission practically address these concerns?
Yeah, it's a big concern for all of us, because first we want rules to be applied and by the traders. So we don't want indeed to overburden the traders with new cumbersome rules. We want, I think you phrased it very well, rules, we want exactly to update what we have already for more than 20 years, because we see that there are new challenges. Indeed, with my team, we prepared this digital fitness fairness check report, 300 pages, where we explained, again, in a very evidence-based, what were still the loopholes, and it gives us an opportunity, unique opportunity to clarify also how the rules are applied and what is missing. So that the whole mindset of this Digital Fairness Act. And that's also the reason why we're spending a lot of time talking to business, talking to the industry federations, and that, for example, Commissioner McGrath, that you will hear afterwards today, will explain, because we organized and he chaired meetings on the what we call the implementation dialogue with the industry, federation, etc. And what comes out of it is that it's very burdensome for businesses if you have fragmentation in the EU. So at their level, they do ask for some specific legislation whereby you have an harmonization at EU level, because we need to have a strong single market. That's why we are all here to have our beloved, EU single market being very strong. And for this, you need to have clarity on the rules at the EU level. And of course, we try, and you will see, and that's the objective of what we're doing with the team, to seek also simplification elements in the DFA. So there will be elements, for example, we're trying through the in-app purchases. Like you have an app, you're buying, micro transactions. Do you need each time to be remembered about your rules, to be reminded about what are your information, etc. if you buy repeatedly? We don't think so. So that will be one element, but I have many others that I can give where we can seek simplification. But again, it all comes down to finding the right balance. But in our view, consumers do need a real protection, because we feel that there are new challenges coming to the market. So that's why I'm always very happy to be sitting next to Laura, because I know that she's supporting strongly consumer policy. And I think that there are still loopholes that we need to address today.
Okay, perfect. Also being mindful about the time, because I guess we could talk about this all day. But I'm sure everyone will not like that. Another element within the DFA, which has also become a big political issue, has been protection of minors, online child safety, and we've seen a political push, not just in the EU, but also outside, about banning social media for minors. The UK just announced that they intend to ban social media platforms for under 16s. Australia already has a ban under place. Maybe we'll see something at an EU level. We'll know more after July 13th, I believe, what's the next plan in action. But there are elements which don't relate to the ban, but are flagged otherwise, that could sort of hone in to the upcoming DFA. And I wanted to ask this question both to the MEP and Urs about how do you see these online child safety concerns mixing with the DFA?
Thank you so much, and thank you for bringing this issue, because obviously it's one of our key concerns as political group, and mine personally. We really hope that this DFA would be a key piece to help to the general patchwork that will come by the European Commission and the member states in the next months in order to protect minors online. I really think that the global trend, also the European trend, is the consensus on we need to do something to protect our minors, children and teens online. I think that we have maybe postponed the topic too long. Maybe we were too naive, or we didn't see the side effects of these digital services, digital social platforms, digital services so much in the past. But now we have a lot of data. We have data from the experts, from doctors, from teachers, and we have I would say like a demand, a consensus demand by the families all across Europe that we as politicians, as democratic institutions, we need to do something. So I don't think that we will have one single measure that will be effective and magic. We will need several, because obviously the phenomenon and the problem we will face is so so big and so multifaceted that we will need several measures. And obviously we will look very closely what this group of experts will tell us in July. You know that, well, in the Parliament we have had several events. We have called the Commission several times in Strasbourg in the speeches on speed up on one side the enforcement of the digital laws that we have on the table. On the other side, we have approved by a big majority in the Parliament a report, an INI report by our committee, calling for a digital minimum age. I don't like to call it ban to social media for minors, but I think having a harmonized digital minimum age together with a verification app, because obviously one thing has to come together with the other, should be a way to basically have a European answer. You were mentioning a couple of countries outside the EU, but also inside the EU. We have been seeing how Spain, France, Denmark have been announcing state measures in order to, limit this access to social media to minors. And if the EU doesn't act quickly, we will have 27 different measures. So obviously we don't want that for the single market. We don't want that for our minors, and it's not a good sign to this big tech that obviously they will be delightful if we just go for a fragmentation of measures. So having said so, we foresee in this Digital Fairness Act several other measures that go beyond the digital minimum age that are very necessary in order to protect our minors. And we are talking about obviously these addictive designs that affect everybody, that affect all, of course, all the adults, and that take us spending hours with the endless scroll, or how can we spend so much time in the devices. But obviously we know, and the doctor said, that the maturity or the cognitive skills of our minors are not the same as ours. So we need to protect them from these addictive designs, also from the different features that these engineers in Silicon Valley or other parts of the world are very smart in order how to hook our minors. But basically it's in order to protect them from the different side effects that we are seeing and all families are telling us, which is basically eating disorders, is cyberbullying, is lack of attention at school, and it's basically a sense of isolation and depression that is affecting everybody now. Thank you.
Well, I think I agree that the DFA could be part of the puzzle that contributes to a better protection of minors online. Most importantly, because the harms that children face, they are not limited to social media. So they are occurring across the digital environment in many different forms. So we think it's, when considering the protection of minors, we should also think beyond social media. Which also means that the DSA, although it is a super important tool to increase the protection of minors, is not enough in this regard, and which is why consumer law is also relevant as it applies horizontally in all areas. Children can obviously also be consumers, affected as consumers, and I agree with Laura that addictive design in this regard is of particular concern. Because, as you said, the brains are less developed of children, and actually there are experts pointing out that the brain is only fully developed at the age of 25. So probably another good medical reason why we should not also only better protect minors against addictive design, but make sure that adults are also covered. Also because there are studies that show that the children, or the more adults are, the more parents are affected by addictive design, the more likely it is that their children will be affected. So also in this regard, if we are serious about protecting our children, then we also need to protect ourselves because we are their role models. So this needs to be done horizontally, holistically, and apart from addictive design, you mentioned video games. I mean, it's incredible what the many forms of unfair commercial practice that you encounter in video games. And then influencer marketing was already mentioned. The difficulties that children, but also adults have to distinguish between genuine like content, someone sharing personal experience, and marketing, and it needs to be clear. But we also have some issues with the content of influencer marketing because, for instance, we see tons of influencer marketing for unhealthy food that is targeted at children. Last December, we published a comprehensive report also covering this topic, and there are like loads of examples how children are targeted by influencers. Some of them are kids themselves, so we're speaking about kidfluencers targeting other kids to promote unhealthy food. So we also think that we need like rules on the content that influencers can promote. Thanks.
Okay, a lot of interesting topics, of course, but I'm going to move to the questions a bit because we have quite a few questions coming in. And the first question, very direct for Isabel. Has the Commission decided if the DFA will be a regulation, directive, or omnibus? It's coming from Maria Neistad.
Not yet, because we are first going to the board next week to assess the different options. So only afterwards the political choice and the decision will be taken.
Do you have a preference?
I'm relying on the evidence-based that we're presenting to the board next week. My preference will come afterwards. Next time, I can tell you.
Okay, we await then in 2 weeks as a follow-up. Another question coming from Rebecca Spetti, and maybe Urs, that might be relevant for you. Isn't the current framework, including the UCPD and specifically Article 25 DSA, not sufficient to cover dark patterns? Another follow-up, won't we risk to over-regulate, over-complicate, and overlap by producing yet another regulation?
Thanks a lot. That's an excellent question. And I would like to add more to the complexity. Article 25 DSA prohibits dark patterns. The DMA prohibits dark patterns. Watch out, the Distance Marketing of Financial Services Directive, I'm also struggling with it, prohibits dark patterns. And the problem is, they're all limited in scope. The DSA, you know, only apply to online platforms, so other websites and apps are not covered. The EMA, I already mentioned, only applies to gatekeepers, and the Distance Marketing of Financial Services Directive only applies to the marketing of financial services. Which means that these are all great examples to show that we have rules on dark patterns, but only with a very targeted focus. But since they appear everywhere, we need horizontal rules that prohibit them in general. And once we have them, absolutely fine for us to get rid of all the rules in other pieces of legislation to make it simple. One set of rules, dark patterns are prohibited, regardless of where they occur.
Another question still on dark patterns. Dark patterns do sound ominous. This is the question, by the way. But I have never seen a clear definition of the line between legitimate marketing and a potentially illegal dark pattern. What is the line? That's from Bill Eichson. Yes. Maybe to Isabel.
Yeah, we gave indeed the definition and examples in what we call the annex to the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive. What is important is to give clarity for the business, because indeed we want to explain to them, well, this is a dark pattern and this is not a dark pattern. As Urs explained, we also see new forms of dark patterns being developed, and the reason why we are testing few new examples next week is precisely for this, to address and to give clarity of what is allowed and what is prohibited.
Okay. All right. Then another question, and maybe that's for Laura. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, that one of the priorities is transparency obligations under the DFA. Victoria Patty asks, how will these interact with the transparency obligations already in the AI Act?
Well, as also my colleague has said, we need to tackle the scope and understand that we are talking not only about social platform, digital services that not are necessarily using AI. So I think we need to understand that also this piece should be complementary and not overlapping and coherent, obviously, like my colleagues have said with other pieces of legislation. I think it's really important to understand this coherence, but also to understand that it's important and not covered by the current framework.
Okay, perfect. I think we only have time for one question, and this is also quite an interesting one. Will the DFA distinguish between big tech and smaller companies? In other words, should we expect a risk-based approach that takes company size into a consideration? This is coming from Rabil Islamovisky. Sorry about the pronunciation, but yes.
Yeah, the DSA has a specific approach, risk-based, because of the intention and the philosophy behind the DSA. For consumer legislation, and especially because we have legislation existing for more than 20 years, I mean, it applies in a kind of principle-based across the sectors, across all the different situations. So that's not the approach of going into a risk-based. Nevertheless, it's true, and we are considering different options next week, and one of them could be to exempt the very, very small businesses in for some performance and some practices. But this is tested next week, so I cannot tell you now what would be the objective. But again, the philosophy of consumer law is different in that perspective.
Okay, perfect. There are a few questions, and I'm sorry we cannot go through all of them, but it just means that the topic will stay relevant and will be debated for the next few months, maybe years, depending on how the negotiations go. Hopefully not more than that. But thank you very much to the panelists for your time and for answering the questions and thoughts. And let's be in touch, and we will have another discussion very soon. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
staying with us at this time where I know you want to be on a lunch break, but it will come soon enough, I promise. For this panel, we'll be speaking about cybersecurity and how to reconcile openness with security in general in the EU. For this, I have a great panel of speakers joining me. Despina Spanu, Deputy Director General from DG Connect, right here. Marketa Gregorova, who's a MEP from the ITRE Committee and lead rapporteur on the Cybersecurity Act review. Joan Lepassard, who's Executive Director at ENISA, the EU Cybersecurity Agency. Ruxandra Popa, Executive Director at Code, and Casper Klinger, who's VP Government Affairs and Public Policy EMEA at Zscaler. So for this panel, we'll be talking about the evolving cyber threats in the EU, but in the world in general. Of course, AI has been at the spotlight of this quite a lot recently, even more so, with Anthropic launching its Mythos model and Fable, but also OpenAI having its own cyber model coming out, and many more that we're expecting very soon. Just yesterday, Five Eyes, the cyber intelligence agencies, published a warning saying that we should prepare for AI. It's not a threat of tomorrow, it is a threat of the present. So we'll be discussing this. And of course, we'll also talk about the different policies that are going through legislative process right now in the EU, and the ones that were already passed, and seeing how prepared we are. And of course, the topic that's on everybody's mind, and you've discussed already quite a lot, topic of sovereignty and how that ties into cybersecurity. So before I get to the panel, just a reminder that we have a Slido for Q&A, so you can scan the QR code, which is on screen, and ask your questions, and I will be asking them at the end of the panel. So without further ado, let me start with a very general question for all of you, just to give a bit of an opening remark. What kind of key cybersecurity threats do you see the EU facing at the moment, and are we well prepared for this? Despina, should we start with you?
Yes, hello everyone, good afternoon. And thank you for being here exactly over lunchtime and under this heat. It's a very timely discussion, cyber being on top of the agenda here in Brussels, especially in the last few weeks. And I think the threats are there and we know them, and they range from the threats we've always known, the typical, and I think the best placed person in the room to talk about that is Jochen, because ENISA is responsible for producing the threat landscape for Europe regularly. So the threats we know, we have to deal with ransomware, we have to deal with the geopolitical aspects, with malicious actors that are state-sponsored. So I think the threats are well known. I would speak more about the risks rather than threats. I think that in Europe, what we need to avoid is certain risks that are manageable, and that if we avoid, then we can deal with the threats. And I think there's a risk that we do not go fast enough. I think we need to promote speed now. We cannot take our time because there's a lot happening. We will talk about frontier AI. I will not just jump right in. I don't consider it a threat. I consider it actually an opportunity for cybersecurity. So I think we need to be fast in what we do. We need to use the tools we have. In Europe, we have proven now to the world that we were right to have rules about things. When the AI Act was adopted, everybody was like, oh, it's going to hamper innovation. Look at how now it is the only framework worldwide that allows us to check those frontier AI models and to have enforcement powers, etc. So I think we need now to be fast and to take seriously our legislation, be that the AI Act or NIS2. I think our critical infrastructure operators and member states now have to move on with implementation and finish and do it properly, because it is our shield. I think NIS2 is our shield. I think we need to stop discussing as to whether it's a shame we didn't postpone the entry into force of the Cyber Resilience Act, because again, it is so relevant for what is happening with AI, and we need to put that in place very fast. And I think we need to go fast with what we are negotiating on the table, and we have the honorable member in charge of the file with us on this panel. I think we need to go fast and show the world that we are serious about mandating our cybersecurity agency to deal with today's threats, having a very apt and dynamic modern system for the supply chain, because most of the threats and the risks are there in our supply chain.
Maybe, Joan, you want to pick up on this, since a lot of it also comes from your own reports, but Enisa.
Hello from my side as well. Thanks for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here in this tech policy conference, very pertinent time and to discuss all these things. As Despina already alluded, we do the annual threat landscape for Europe, and of course, part of it is not only looking at how the threat actors have acted in the past and then making certain, let's say, educated assumptions how they will do so in the future, but also trying to anticipate how technology will impact it. And of course, we did warn that the AI capabilities are going to massively enhance both the defenders and the offenders, and we've seen that this is now materializing. So when we look at the framework and the policy, this is a policy conference, and so I think Europe has done a great job in putting the framework in place, and now is really and I also say, in a weird way, opportunity to test the framework and make sure that it actually is implemented. Because we all know what we have to do. The question is, we don't oftentimes have the money nor the skills to implement it, and that's the big threat right now. So when you ask me what is the biggest threat at this particular moment, it's not the lack of knowledge, it's not the lack of understanding, it is the lack of willingness to invest. And that happens both at the organizational level. So, one of the big acknowledgement from our side, and that has been the case for many, many years already, is if you take out the phishing and the credential thefts, the primary vector of intrusion is through vulnerabilities, and that's exactly the space where the frontier AI models are now intervening with, in terms of compressing the time and making it more easy to find vulnerabilities and exploit them. And all member states have now also implemented vulnerability management measures as baseline security requirements for critical entities. The question is how many entities are actually implementing them at the moment of time. Not so many, I can tell you, and it's worrisome. When it comes to security by design, security by default, these are concepts that the member states, the Commission, the legislators, the Parliament have been preaching for a long time. We have the Cyber Resilience Act. However, if you look at the SMEs, or even you go lower micro enterprises who produce products with digital elements, only 1/3 of SMEs have actually some sort of an incident response plan in place. So if something happens with a product, how they respond. And none of the micro enterprises that we have surveyed actually have a whole life cycle approach. Now you can say, micro enterprises, they are very small, so we can understand that they don't have the resources to do that. By the way, also the big enterprises don't have it. So, and that is the problem. So it's not the lack of understanding, it's the lack of willingness to do something about it. And now is the time when our unwillingness to act will catch up on us. You can't do miracles anymore. I mean, that's the thing. Time has never been on the side of defender, and now more than ever, time is on the side of the offensive actors. So, lack of resources, willingness to invest and implement, I would say these are the main threats as I see them.
Marketa, could I also get your views on this, different threats, and if the EU is well prepared for them?
Yes, so in a similar manner to those who spoke before me, I will also mention that I do not think that our biggest current threat is some sort of external actor, but we ourselves. And I will take another angle so that we have a diverse panel, and that will be our own dependencies. Of course, we all know about that. We have heard, and also we'll be discussing today, very probably the AI-driven exploration of vulnerabilities realities that were already presented by mythos and such, and the fact that all of this is based somewhere else than in Europe, and that organizations, institutions such as ENISA do not have any way to evaluate what's there. So we are left with crumbs, and we are left with pleading currently with the UK team to share with us anything that was uncovered. It's also in physical infrastructure. We, I think all on this panel would agree that it's not really making us knowledgeable in cybersecurity sleep well, knowing about the Chinese solar inverters and how vulnerable are we in terms of our energy and critical energy infrastructure because of what software or what chips are installed there. So those are some parts of our dependency that are problematic, but oftentimes when we discuss this, we are hearing, well, do you want to just create a dependency on 2 or something European companies? But that's not the solution, that's not the answer. The answer is openness, because security and openness are not in direct opposition. What is auditable, what is peer-reviewed, what is not dependent on vendor lock-in and vendors' goodwill is the most safe. So investing in more diversification, in open source, and general tools that would lead to bigger European, the bigger European independency, but not as in sovereignty, but as in the, let's say, open source infrastructure. I feel like we can be optimistic in our future if we go in that direction.
Thank you. Ruxandra, maybe you want to react as well on this.
Thank you, Claudie, and thank you to Euractiv for having this timely discussion this morning. And I'm so grateful to all of you for being here at this time. It's hard for me to speak during lunchtime, so bear with me. You've heard from some of the policymakers here on the panel, as well as from some of the security experts. What I thought I would try to do is bring in an industry perspective, specifically, on the topic of our panel, how you navigate openness versus security, where you put the cursor, and what does it mean specifically for industry trying to navigate both digital regulations like the Digital Markets Act and cybersecurity laws and the dilemmas that creates. But first, let me just say a few words about CODE, Coalition for Open Digital Ecosystems, which I represent here today. We are a very diverse group of leading tech players from various geographies, various sizes, but including both gatekeepers and beneficiaries, which I think is a key sort of unique feature that we represent and can bring as helpful elements to the discussion. The conviction of all CODE members, whether they're big or small players, is definitely that openness and security are fully compatible. The question is how you do it. And so I think this is sort of the theme of today's discussion. But let me say very clearly, we recognize the threat. We're not naive about the threat. So we're not advocating for full-on openness. On the contrary, what we're trying to promote is a nuanced discussion of how you do the complex trade-off between security and openness. And I think what we recognize as well is that cybersecurity, to be effective, is not just a policy issue. It requires a whole of society approach that includes industry, which is often the first line of defense, and includes consumers and citizens. And if I can quote Marketa, who at a previous discussion you said the biggest threat is actually the consumers. I remember you saying that. It stuck with me because that's true. You need everybody to be involved in this effort. But so at CODE, we believe that security arguments should not be used as blanket justifications for closing the ecosystems. Again, you need a balanced approach that navigates the complexity of openness and security and the trade-offs. So regulators are actually navigating these complex trade-offs by figuring out how secure by design obligations under cybersecurity laws are compatible with interoperability obligations under the DMA. And again, we argue that they are compatible, that enforcement of the DMA has already delivered important breakthroughs for consumers without undermining security. Now, it's also important to understand that the more complex the systems, and then we get into the AI discussion, the more difficult it is to manage those trade-offs. So this is where we feel that you need the expertise of ENISA and other security experts when you get to defining the trade-offs between security on the one hand and interoperability on the other. The good news as well is industry knows how to promote standards that are both open and secure. And so having industry at the table, working on standards, again, that will allow us to manage these trade-offs between openness and security is truly important. So again, at this important time for Europe, and as legislators are now discussing, how to revise cybersecurity laws, it will be important going forward to ensure that we maintain open, fair competition in Europe, but in a way that is consistent with the security of Europe's consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. And Casper, maybe if you can get your views, and also in terms of risks, what are you seeing specifically in practice?
Yeah, sure. I'm beginning to understand why I'm speaking last, because, speaking on tech sovereignty, representing a US technology company, I've been casted to sort of be the bad cop on this panel, I assume. But I'll do my best, and then I hope you will be gentle with me, all of you. And by the way, you talk often about the lack of the European Union to coordinate, but every time I'm on a panel, it's always together with Despina and Johan. So you guys are really coordinated between ENISA and the European Commission. Well done on that. Is it in your contract? Do you have to do it together, or? Good. No, as you can hear from my accent, I'm also very European and a firm believer in Europe as well. So I'm not going to do sort of the official speak. What I would say, also responding to you, is that you'll have many non-European companies that will say the tech sovereignty discussion or the digital sovereignty discussion is overdone, it's unnecessary, but I'll take a different standpoint. I think it's extremely understood, it's very legitimate, and I think the actual response representing the industry is that we have to give that kind of sovereignty to Europe if we want to do business in Europe moving ahead. I think responding a little bit to your question on what I think is the biggest risk, I'm sure we're going to come back to speak about Fable and Mythos, and I represent a cybersecurity company that very few people know, and nobody's able to pronounce the name of, Zscaler, but we do 750 billion transactions per day. We overview that. We work with almost half of the Fortune 500 companies, so we're not a small player in this area. What we do see, and I think that's the concern on the European side, is that we're seeing geopolitical instability, or the transatlantic fragmentation, the mistrust across the Atlantic, that is being translated into operational consequences. And what I mean by that, and you and I should have a talk about this as well, we see among our customers people deciding to postpone decisions to upgrade legacy cybersecurity systems, not getting rid of legacy systems like firewalls, VPNs, etc., because of the political risk associated with using non-European technology in this space. Now, again, I think there are good reasons for that. I'm Danish. There's a certain island in the Arctic that we have a little bit of an issue with, so I do get why Europeans are concerned. But the consequence of that is that, Despina, you said we know the threats, so I'll not throw some of the threat intelligence that we have on you, but we have an unprecedented level of threats also against European organizations. And because of the sophistication of using AI and the volume, no European organization can anymore say that they are exempt from these kind of threats. It's all industries, it's all sizes, small and medium-sized enterprises as well. So what you're basically seeing is what I would call the European resilience gap is widening these years because of geopolitical instability being translated into lack of upgrading cybersecurity systems. Now, you could say that I get my salary to say that publicly, and I do, but this is not a commercial to buy Zscaler products, but actually just a reminder to those responsible for cybersecurity in any organization that right now is the time to make sure that we have the latest systems up and running. We are part of Glasswing. We have had access to Mythos and Fable. So I can confirm also very clearly that those systems are operating at a speed and scale that has not been in existence before. So they pose a fantastic opportunity to protect organizations, but unfortunately they also pose a fantastic opportunity for the bad guys to find vulnerabilities at a scale that is simply impossible to respond to as a human being. So you need AI to fight AI, and I think the resilience gap in Europe is something we should pay attention to.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'm going to jump right into the Mythos discussion. Of course, it's been making the headlines, and then a bit over a week ago, the US has ordered Anthropic to shut off access to non-US citizens, which has stirred quite a bit the discussion in Europe. I'd like to get Marketa's view on this. I mean, you're leading the work in the Parliament on the Cybersecurity Act review. We heard this morning from Thibaut Kleiner from DG Connect that the US had a kill switch that it could activate. How does this fit into the discussion of Cybersecurity Act review? I know the topic is a lot on the Chinese products, but does that also mean that US providers could eventually be affected? And should they be affected? Should the Commission look towards them?
Well, I think we need to divide a little bit the topics of AI and topics of Cybersecurity Act revision as a whole, because of course we are also talking to DG Connect, but every other actor about involving various measures, strengthening of ENISA, etc. But in terms of Mythos threat and these vulnerabilities, we need a much more swift response that a proper revision of legislation can bring, which would be the very soon presented action plan of the Commission and we are all looking forward to that, and I guess you can ask Despina later about it. But now for the other part of Cybersecurity Act revision and whom it will affect. Actually, I wanted partially to react on the industry, so thank you for saying that whenever somebody mentions like threats to certain countries or companies from certain countries, I think this is, the wrong way to think about that. Of course, inherently, I am not in trialogues yet, so we don't know what various drafts of proposals will bring. But what we are trying to look at is systemic solution, systemic rules. And as I already mentioned, pro-European approach. So if we can audit it here, if we can keep the data here, if the software does not have any backdoor that can be exploited against us, then the company can, of course, be here. So as I said in one panel provocatively, if the US companies will not to oblige by these rules, yes, they will be, of course, included, but we are sort of assuming that they will. Hopefully, we'll see. But inherently also, it's a funny thing that China is being mentioned the most, because China is at the forefront of protecting their own cybersecurity with these measures. China was one of the first ones to realize the dangers coming from electric vehicles plastered with cameras and microphones running around the country wherever they so them please, and was the first one to ban them from entering any military-related areas or even airports. And Tesla had a very hard time, and I think 4 years of negotiations before they even could go to the airports. And in the end, it was not about some nice deal. It was exactly about that, about auditing of the software in China and about keeping the data that the Tesla car gathers on Chinese servers. So inherently, we are just getting inspired a little bit. Sorry. I do think that this is also to one very important thing that we didn't mention yet, to help also the business environment in Europe, because inherently we do have a monopoly problem. We do have a problem with snowballing of who comes first, stays first, especially in the AI. And if European businesses get a little bit of a breather with stricter rules applied to the current global giants who just don't oblige by any rules and get what they can get, then we can build even, the real European resources that we are talking about. But I would just like to reiterate again that when I'm talking about our independence, I'm really not talking necessarily only about Europe only, but really about the openness and, of course, diversification.
Right. Despina, I mean, we've just mentioned the Cybersecurity Act is ongoing, but that takes quite a while to go through the legislative process. And there is an action plan coming up much sooner. What kind of actions can we expect as a response to all that's been happening around AI and cyber?
Well, the action plan came, it was announced by our Executive Vice President, Mrs. Van Koenen, as a reaction to recent developments, because we want to set out what we already have in the EU, be more clear as to how the current legislative framework already covers certain of these aspects, but also see how we can use what we can do best in the EU. So how can we gather all 27 and how can we gather all our forces, including the European Cybersecurity Agency, to see how these models can be deployed safely. You can come out and say, well, I manufactured a car that goes 500 kilometers per hour. That by itself is not enough. You need to say, well, okay, do the brakes make it stop as fast when it goes that fast? Are there other guardrails? So here we're dealing with something that we know is fantastic because it cuts the time, the cost, the need for certain skills of how fast you find vulnerabilities. We're not sure how fast you can patch them. We are not sure how this discrepancy can affect the way especially critical infrastructure responds to the use of these models. We don't know what these models will be like once they start being used by malicious actors. There's the geopolitical aspect. Can somebody just decide you can use them today but not tomorrow? So we will try to put our thoughts, our first thoughts on how Europe can react to all that in an action plan. And then we need to continue following. It's not a panacea, the action plan. It's a beginning on how we are equipped and how we need to equip ourselves further. I want to say that for the world of cybersecurity, these and AI, these frontier AI models did not come as a surprise. I think what came as a surprise is the way they were rolled out, most probably. And that shows how strong they are and how capable they are, not just in dealing with security matters, but also how they create a certain power in the world that is given to someone. So I think that is food for thought. Again, Europe was getting ready. The tech sovereignty package is about that, is about how we ask people to play also by our own rules. So it's okay if others do the same. The AI Act does have also safeguards that would allow the EU to say stop to a model that would have issues. So this doesn't happen only in other parts of the world. So I think we need to stay very calm and cool-headed in the face of these models, make the best possible use of them, but also prepare ourselves with the relevant guardrails. And the EU has an ecosystem that would allow us to do that. And this is what we will set out in the action plan.
Thank you. And Joanne, can also hear from you on this. I mean, Despina mentioned as well that there were opportunities stemming from AI in terms of cyber defense. Is this something that ENISA works on? Is it something that you've supported in preparing, but also defending against cyber threats boosted by AI?
Yep. Before answering this question, I just want to give a shout out to the very good work that Despina has been leading on the AI front as well, and especially with the launch of these novel models. I think there has been a lot of work in the sidelines of coordinating European actions and leading them, which has been acknowledged also by the member states. But I think it's been very, very useful. So thank you for this. The action plan in particular is something that also I think helps in understanding what is the framework of collaboration within Europe? Because we have a lot of actors, so we need some sort of a roadmap, and I think that's also where the action plan would help us a lot. Now, what I see is that these new frontier AI capabilities, of course, they empower both sides of the game. So, and when we look at product developers, for example, I mean, now they really have a possibility, they have a tool to test their products before putting them in the markets in a way that was inconceivable before. When we say we need products which whose security is maintained over the life cycle, we never really had the technological tool to do that. Now we do. So now it's there and it needs to be implemented. And I think that's where ENISA also can come in to put in place guidelines, cheat sheets, playbooks for product manufacturers so that they can implement these to ensure that when they develop products, when they maintain the security of the product over the life cycle, they do that in a fashion which is compatible with these new capabilities. So that's something that we have been doing. Also, we are looking very, very closely at SMEs. SMEs, backbone of European market, of course, and they need special care and special advice, and that's something that we put forward as well. Give them guidelines how and technical specifications how to translate CRA requirements, for example, into their product development processes. So I see a lot of opportunities in terms of in the long run making our cyber ecosystem much more resilient and secure. In the short run, however, I see a lot of challenges. And I think that's something as well where the action plan hopefully will do part of the work of trying to address some of these gaps. But I do believe, as well as Despina, it's not only about what the Commission will, put in place or coordinate. It's a lot about how private sector actors, member states, orientate themselves, how much they are going to put an emphasis on this, and how quickly are they able to roll out assistance and support for our critical sectors. And I think there, again, I say at the European level, we do have the frameworks in place, but we also see the gaps, and the gaps are not only at the EU level, they are mainly national. And that's where I'm a bit worried as well.
Well, thank you. And Casper, from an industry perspective, I mean, how do you see AI changing the way you do cybersecurity, if you see it changing it at all? And do you think that this policy framework has helped preparedness overall?
Yeah, I mean, just as a small indication, what we see in our threat intelligence is that I think, Johan, when we spoke last year, we spoke about how AI is also increasing the volume, for example, of our ransomware. We've actually seen a decline in the number of ransomware attacks with our customers, and what we're seeing it being replaced by is a more sophisticated, more targeted attacks because of the arrival of the frontier AI model. So it's also changing a little bit how we need to assess, the overall cybersecurity, approach. And I think this is one of the indications that, as always, AI is a tool and a weapon at the same time. But my concern is more that CISOs and CIOs in any organization, whether they're public or private, should wake up at night and be concerned about what we're seeing unfolding right now. I think to the point that you made before, we actually take pride in making sure that we give control, continuity, choice to our customers alongside of what I think the tech sovereignty discussion is about. And I'll be very frank in saying it was not super helpful for any company, not a company like us, that the US government decided to cut away access to Mythos and Fable overnight. Needless to say, that sort of increases the sense of dependency on non-European technology. And once Europeans got access to it, just a few days later, that access was cut off. So, we're working on both sides of the Atlantic to make sure that we increase that sort of the confidence and trust. What I would just bring into the conversation, I think, are two aspects. One is AI agents. It's sort of indirectly what all of us are talking about, but that is a game changer. I think in many organizations, I'm sure also people sitting in the room here today, we're now seeing sort of the tip of the iceberg in terms of using AI agents. But what we're really seeing is a small revolution in how workloads are going to be taken forward, where AI agents are going to be performing much of the tasks that us as individuals are doing today. And that requires a totally different cybersecurity approach, where you really treat these AI agents as human beings, and Despina and myself, as small islands, where if you breach an AI agent and you do not treat that as an island, then you potentially have access to move laterally across any organization. So it really requires a different approach. And it's very appropriate with the sound behind us now, because I think you need a little bit of a siren and alarm on this. The other aspect is there is actually a methodology to protect organizations also against mythos and fable. It's an approach we do in Zscaler, but there are many other companies doing this, so it's not related to us as well. But you really need a zero trust approach to defend yourself. The way we try and say it in a slightly sort of understandable way is that really, if you're reachable, you really are breachable. And what we do with our customers is we enable them to go dark. We anonymize their IP, their traffic, which means that it's very difficult also for these new AI models to assess vulnerabilities and to make sure that they combine those data sets, which is where this is something we haven't seen before, to really penetrate those organizations. So I think there are opportunities, but the biggest thing for us, we need to make sure that the zero trust architecture and cybersecurity is not affected by the zero trust across the Atlantic right now. So I do think that the dependency and the sovereignty discussion is something we need to take extremely serious and really deliver it in a way we haven't done before. I think we're going to come under scrutiny by the people over here in a way we haven't seen before. So, the task is on our shoulders as well.
Ruxandra, can I also get your perspective on this?
I think, as Casper just said, I think AI, and specifically agentic AI, brings in absolutely new vulnerabilities, new opportunities for those bent on causing our harm. And so I think it's very important, again, to understand the specific threat that agentic AI poses, as well as the opportunities. The way we look at this at Code is that shouldn't change the principles that Code advocates for, which is, again, that openness and security are compatible, and that it is possible to keep an open and fair competition in Europe while taking into account security vulnerabilities, and that doesn't require closing ecosystems, but it requires crafting trade-offs between the two that will be based on verifiable, objective technical standards. It's just it becomes much harder with AI to define those trade-offs and to implement them. And so that needs to be, again, done in a way that incorporates the expertise of security experts and agencies working together with regulators, working together with industry to really understand, what impact these vulnerabilities have. So have industry at the table of those discussions, be clear-eyed about the risks as well of getting it wrong, of getting that balance wrong between openness on the one hand and security. So specifically, I think what we look to at Code is we have an opportunity with the revision of the cybersecurity laws, as well as the 2-year review of the DMA that was just presented. I think we have an opportunity to perhaps review some of the processes of the DMA to, again, take into account more of the security expertise when it comes to very complex security issues and trade-offs dealing with agentic AI, as well as perhaps making better use of the DMA high-level group, which brings together the Commission together with national regulators. So make it perhaps less high-level, more also technical, bring in the technical expertise at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we run out of time, I'll take one question from the audience that came in through Slido from Rebil Islabovsky. Since we're our own biggest threats, how do we ensure that all member states align on de-risking from key foreign ICT components, especially those appealing national competences as a justification to avoid it? I suggest we start with Marketa, because I think the question was directed to you, but I think everybody might have an opinion on this. So.
Well, obviously with European harmonization, that's what we are here for. That's what the CSA2 revision is to a certain degree, because when I'm speaking now to various national security agencies, in a lot of member states, they are even further. They have their own supply chain risk mechanisms. They have their own good cooperation with NISA. Some of them do, some of them don't. And they wouldn't technically need CSA2 because they already have everything what they need for their cybersecurity. But yes, because cybersecurity does not know national state borders, and it's like we are all internet connected in terms of vulnerabilities. And also, you know, when we are talking about these new challenges regarding AI-driven vulnerabilities, then only working against it together can actually protect everyone. So I do hope that the member states, we don't have anyone from the member states on this panel, but I do hope that in the council they will realize that, and that we will be able to put together a good harmonized rules without any fears of lowering, you know, the national competencies or national security. But I do really think that the European level of security is extremely important.
Despina, do you want to react? I see you ready for
Answer
it.
to the question is the proposal for the ICT supply chain and high-risk suppliers in Cybersecurity Act that the honorable member is in charge of. I would say that our idea when we made this proposal, it is our team that made it, was to have a kind of frontier AI model for removing high-risk suppliers that would be quicker in scanning through risk assessments. What kind of key assets do we have out there that present these risks, and then patching by removing high-risk suppliers from these key assets. And I think that the dependencies that all the panelists have spoken about make it clear that we need such a framework in Europe. We have seen that it has been welcomed by member states. I think the modalities is one thing. We can debate on the modalities, but there's nobody who has doubted the need for such a framework. And I think that now it's a framework that needs to go faster because it will capture a lot of the topics that we discussed.
Casper, maybe can I get your view on this?
Yeah, sure. I think there is a tendency, and Alexander, I don't know whether we agree on this, but a number of non-European technology companies would say that one of the issues for Europe is too much regulation, right? It's sort of one of the cliches around. You know, I think when you look at the cybersecurity domain, I think more regulation is not a bad thing. It raises sort of, you know, the bar for every organization, including organizations that perhaps would not otherwise prioritize it. And, you know, when you look at other industries, you know, if you take medicine, would you rather take medicine that is not regulated than medicine that is regulated? And I'm not even going to speak about open source and the vulnerabilities that brings about. So I think that's the first thing to say on sort of the regulated approach. If we look at what came forward in the tech sovereignty package, and I think the work that you guys have been doing on the Cloud and AI Development Act, you know, especially sort of the 4 levels on sovereign cloud, I think that is a very helpful framework because a lot of organizations have been struggling finding out what does this mean in practice. We've discussed digital sovereignty for a long time. It hasn't been very concrete. Now at least we have a framework for how you increase requirements and demands as you go up in sensitivities as regards to workloads. I think that fits extremely well, also representing the industry. Now we have something we now understand where we need to work with local partners to continue to be able to deliver, in our case, cybersecurity for organizations that we work with. So I actually welcome this. My only concern, and this is definitely where I get my salary, so I have to say this, and you will have to apologize for saying this, but of course, for those companies that deliver on the requirements, we should continue to be allowed to work in Europe. If we give sovereignty, control, continuity, choice, we hope that we will be able to continue working and that we're not only judged on the basis of where headquarters is. So I think that's the kind of contract we're looking for coming out of the tech sovereignty package as well.
Roxana, do you want to react on this?
Everybody nodded up here, so I think that's a deal now. So, you know, moving forward, we're fine.
That's the listening nod.
Yeah, I'm nodding too, because I think it's true that having the tech sovereignty package framework and having this clarity is helpful indeed. And we welcome in particular that the tech sovereignty package includes still a very strong reference to openness as a principle and to interoperability. And the reason I'm insisting on interoperability in particular is I think this is key to resilience and sovereignty to some extent, of not relying on one single supplier. But the more you can actually promote interoperable systems across the stack, the technology stack, the more that opens, the more that strengthens resilience and reduces your dependency on just one single supplier. So again, I think it's very welcome.
And to finish off, Joan, do you want to give your perspective on this?
I'm an implementer, so I'm not. But I have to admit, I'm very, very happy that the Commission has made this proposal with Title IV, because currently we don't have a framework how to deal with these types of issues, and it's necessary. So yeah, there might be, as Despina said as well, different ways of looking, how it can be operationalized, this framework. But as long as it's there, we know that there's a problem. So we need to have an ability to solve these types of problems. And I think that's what the proposal brings along. So I really hope, and I'm looking at Marketa, of course, but of course it's also up to the Council that it will be retained within the Cybersecurity Act revision and hopefully quickly adopted as well.
Thank you, all of you, for this panel. I think we'll have some food for thoughts, and we'll be looking forward to the action plan on cyber and AI, and we'll be looking forward to progress on the Cybersecurity Act review. So thank you very much. And that concludes our panel for today. And I will leave the floor to Joshua Podzaner, who will queue up for the rest.
Editor of Euractiv, thank you very, very much for coming here today and witnessing the panel debates that we've had so far before our headliner, then the end of the agenda today and the commencement of lunch. Just wanted to make sure that you've all met our journalists, Claudie, who you just saw on stage, Tiafan, Anna Priya, and as you will just see as well, Max on stage at some point through today's conversations. There are experts, they write the Hack newsletter every day, and it's frankly a must-read for anybody working in your areas. So one more time, thanking our sponsors, IBM, Zscaler, Code, and Qualcomm. And I would like to invite to the stage Commissioner Michael McGrath for a final conversation with Maximilian Henning. If you could both join us, thank you. Very good, you? Good. So I'll leave the stage now, the podium, to the Commissioner, after which Max will run a quick Q&A with him too. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Joshua, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope the event is going well so far. Can I thank the team at Euractiv for the invitation to be here with you this afternoon and to say a few words, and I look forward to my chat with Maximilian as well. So thank you for the invitation to join you this afternoon as you discuss how to activate Europe's digital ecosystems. The emphasis on Europe's digital ecosystems, I'm sure we'll all agree, is timely. As you know, just this month, the Commission adopted its first ever tech sovereignty package. Tech sovereignty is Europe's ability to act independently in and across digital ecosystems, from technologies and infrastructure to data and markets. We cannot risk relying on others for the technologies that support our hospitals, maintain our energy networks, and provide our essential services. So this is about safeguarding our people, standing up for our interests, and ensuring we are able to decide for ourselves. Europe has all it needs, from the single market to research that is genuinely world class, but now we must harness these assets. So tech sovereignty is about the resilience of Europe's digital ecosystems, the competitiveness of Europe's digital markets, and the strategy of Europe's digital autonomy. From the CHIPS Act 2.0 to the Cloud and AI Development Act, Europe is designing the infrastructure of our digital ecosystems. And I'm leading the design and redesign of the legal framework that activates Europe's digital ecosystems. Firstly, as part of our simplification drive through the digital omnibus and the targeted amendments to the GDPR that we have proposed. Secondly, as part of our competitiveness drive with the EU Inc. proposal for innovative companies to start up, scale up, and to stay in Europe. And finally, as the newest part of the EU's digital rulebook through the upcoming Digital Fairness Act to close the consumer safety net and to protect our children online as well as offline. First on data, the building block of digital ecosystems. Data flows underpin all modern services across the economy, society, and the government. Digitally deliverable services now account for the majority, some 55% of global trade in services. And this is growing at nearly twice the rate of trade in goods. In Europe's digital ecosystem, these data flows must be secure. Where data flows, rights must follow. And with the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR, Europe did more than regulate its own digital ecosystem. It set the terms for the governance of global data. Global partners wanting to be part of the EU's data economy align with the GDPR, earn EU adequacy decisions, and invest in allowing free and secure data flows within Europe. In the last year, I've been to opposite sides of the world, Brazil, Japan, and Korea, to open up our network of free and secure data flows. With Brazil alone, we've created a frictionless exchange of data among 670 million consumers. But digital ecosystems evolve at unprecedented and unparalleled rates. And this means that our regulatory frameworks must respond to emerging and evolving trends. To respond to these challenges, the Commission, as you know, presented proposals in its so-called digital omnibus in November of last year. We did not touch the core principles and requirements of the GDPR. Instead, we focused on harmonising, clarifying and simplifying a number of provisions. We did this to facilitate compliance, to ease application, and so reinforce confidence. These necessary changes fully respect the GDPR's risk-based approach and the fundamental right to data protection, upholding trust in legal certainty and secure data flows. Balancing administrative burden proportionately to risk is part of simplification. Modernising and simplifying our data protection framework is therefore a prime example of how we can activate Europe's digital ecosystems while protecting fundamental rights and securing data flows for companies and for citizens alike. We're also activating Europe's digital ecosystems by proposing new harmonising legislation that is digital by default. So back in March, I presented a central pillar of the European Commission's competitiveness drive, a 28th regime corporate legal framework, which we call EU Inc. This proposal responded to clear and consistent calls from the startup scene for simpler, faster and more predictable rules to set up and scale up across the EU. The truth is that founders today and investors are faced with 27 national legal systems and actually more than 60 different company forms in the European Union. And this regulatory fragmentation and unnecessary administrative burden has dissuaded Europe's talent, ambition and innovation from setting up, scaling up, and from staying in Europe at all. The EU Inc. proposal responds to the calls, in particular from the digital native startups, for a fully digital approach. It sets out a comprehensive common corporate framework with fully digital procedures throughout the life cycle of EU Inc. companies. These include quick and cost-efficient digital registration. Quick means registering online within 48 hours. Cost-efficient means for no more than €100 and with no minimum capital requirement. Registration will be possible through a central EU interface and using standardized multilingual templates. We also cover other corporate processes throughout an EU Inc. company lifecycle. Digital procedures will also include, for example, fully online filing with business registers, digital governance, and simplified digital winding up and insolvency procedures, should that be necessary. The proposal is also based on the once-only principle. This means that companies will submit information to business registers only once, and these business registers will transmit this information then to other national authorities. This will cut administrative burden for companies, and it will also enhance safeguards against abuse. The EU Inc. proposal is also about talent and investment. No company will survive without both. Talent means EU Inc. companies can compete for and retain talent more effectively by issuing employee stock options with harmonised taxation on the income generated once the shares are actually sold. Investment means EU Inc. companies will benefit from fully online procedures without mandatory involvement of intermediaries for share subscriptions and for share transfers. They will also be able to raise equity efficiently, including through early-stage financing instruments, and have their shares traded on SME growth markets and multilateral trading facilities. The aim is for the proposal to be agreed between the Member States and the Council and the European Parliament by the end of this year, as called for by the One Europe, One Market roadmap. Reaching an agreement swiftly means that the EU Inc. framework is out there for founders and investors to set up, scale up, and to stay in Europe, and ultimately to boost our competitiveness globally. This morning, I know you discussed whether the EU's digital rules are surviving or thriving, and earlier this afternoon, whether the Digital Fairness Act will answer the push for tech simplification and concerns about under-enforcement. I'd like to assure you that activating Europe's digital ecosystem does not come at the expense of the enforcement of consumer rights and protections. While digital ecosystems may have revolutionized everything from personal communications to global governance, they've also created incentives for business models built on manipulation, opacity, and addictive design. And that's why later this year I will present a Digital Fairness Act. So what is the DFA all about? Well, first of all, it's not reinventing the wheel. It will fill the gaps to strengthen the safety net of consumer law, which applies to all companies, irrespective of the technology or the business model. It is the missing piece of the puzzle in our digital rulebook to tackle the asymmetries between businesses and consumers in the digital world. The legal gaps are known, the online harms to consumers are well documented. Consumers are over 60% more likely to experience problems with digital services and purchases compared to those shopping offline. The DFA will respond to problems such as dark patterns, the manipulative design features that mislead or pressure us as consumers, addictive design tactics that can encourage compulsive use, such as infinite scroll, autoplay, fake notifications, or penalties for disengagement, or which encourage overspending, such as loot boxes or pay-to-win mechanics. Unfair personalization practices, particularly addressing the targeting of minors, problems with social media influencers, especially sometimes the lack of simple transparency, misleading pricing practices such as drip pricing, opaque dynamic pricing, and price comparisons, and contractual problems that we've all encountered, such as difficult cancellations, unwanted automatic renewals, or transitions from free trials to paid contracts. The DFA will also include simplification elements, because protecting our digital ecosystem doesn't have to be complex. For example, we have recently seen a proliferation of new national laws on influencer marketing or regarding the cancellation of digital subscriptions. The DFA provides an opportunity to harmonise these elements at an EU level, avoiding fragmentation and simplifying the regulatory environment for consumers and citizens alike. Importantly, the DFA will not reopen or duplicate matters already covered by other instruments, including the Digital Services Act. The DFA will place particular focus on the protection of minors, because protecting children is a priority for this European Commission. From across the EU and around the world, the question of age restriction for social media is now prominent, as we know, in public debate and among policymakers. The preparation of the DFA is progressing in close coordination of the work of the expert panel on child safety online that President von der Leyen set up. What is clear is that Europe's digital ecosystem must provide the same protections to consumers, especially children, online as well as offline. So to conclude, the Commission is taking action from the tech sovereignty package that will strengthen Europe's ability to act independently, to the initiatives under my portfolio that are about activating as well as protecting Europe's digital ecosystem. We are designing and improving the legal framework that activates Europe's digital ecosystems, whether through targeted amendments to the GDPR in our simplification drive, activating the innovation economy through the Digital by Default EU Inc. proposal, or protecting consumers in digital ecosystems under the Digital Fairness Act. So thank you for allowing me to set out those opening remarks, and I really look forward now to my chat with Maximilian. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Maximilian. I am the AI Startups and Digital Administration reporter for Euractiv. I'll get right in, since we only have a few minutes. You touched on all of the important topics that I quickly want to get into already. One project that's been dear to my heart for the last few months has been EU Inc., which you already mentioned. You reiterated the ambition to finish this project, to wrap it up by the end of this year. And I just want to ask whether you think that is still realistic, especially looking at what we recently learned, that Council's legal service has taken some issue with the underlying legal basis of the whole project, has asked for some pretty big changes. Do you think that'll lead to rewrites, to lost time? Do you think we'll still be able to finish by the end of the year?
I believe that political agreement by the end of the year is achievable. Yes, it's ambitious, but if we are really serious about shifting the paradigm in terms of the EU's competitiveness, we have to be able to agree files like this, at relative speed. So the Council and the MEPs are now discussing and examining the file. We hope that they will reach agreement on their negotiating positions by the autumn, by September, perhaps October, and then we can get into the trilogues and reach political agreement by the end of the year. I'm satisfied that the legal basis we have identified, Article 114 of the treaty, is appropriate. I believe that a regulation is the best legal instrument to give effect to what we are trying to achieve, because we want a consistent, harmonized set of rules, and also consistent and harmonized implementation and enforcement in the European Union. And there will always be different points of view and even different advice on particular aspects of the file, but we have grounded our proposal on very solid foundations, legal advice from the Commission's legal service, and it will be a matter for the member states to consider any legal advice that they receive, and indeed for the MEPs to consider the advice that they receive. But we've put forward, I think, what is an excellent proposal on the table, and we hope now to get into the substantive negotiations without too much further delay.
Then another project that you also mentioned was the Digital Fairness Act, and I think it's fair to say that the current climate in Brussels is more one of simplification and maybe even of reducing rules at the edges instead of adding new consumer protection rules on top. There's been quite active input from some parts on the Digital Fairness Act. I mean, some calls to not do a DFA at all. Is it hard to helm a project like this at a time like this? Is there a lot of pushback from maybe industry groups on this file specifically?
Well, I think it makes it all the more important to properly explain the purpose of the Digital Fairness Act. it is about addressing any remaining identified gaps in the area of consumer protection online. It is not about placing an additional layer of regulation on top of issues that are already appropriately regulated. And we have to be really careful about the interplay of different parts of the digital rulebook. And actually, when you look at the DFA, it provides us, I think, with a very good opportunity to have a number of aspects that are also pro-business. And we have reached out and engaged with stakeholders on ideas in that regard. Yes, it will be pro-consumer, but I also believe that it can be pro-business. And also because it will address fragmentation. If we were not to come forward with an EU-wide initiative covering the kind of issues that I mentioned in my opening remarks, we already see national initiatives on many of these issues, and that will lead to an even greater level of fragmentation, which is the last thing that companies want, because companies generally want one rule book in the EU that is consistently applied and enforced. Which brings me to the related point that accompanying the DFA will be a revision of the Consumer Protection Cooperation Regulation, which will, for the first time, give the Commission, if it's adopted, direct investigative and enforcement powers concerning breaches of consumer protection law, the horizontal set of consumer protection laws that we have, which will hopefully be added to and strengthened by the Digital Fairness Act. And that will serve to achieve a level playing field, which I believe we cannot say we currently have. So I think when you look at the DFA and you look at the CPC revision, there are big wins for business in addition to their, yes, appropriately being clarifications and strengthening of the consumer protections online.
Speaking of playing fields, we're currently in the middle of the World Cup. One topic that has been discussed there quite a lot is the topic of dynamic pricing, which we also discussed before in the context of the DFA. Do you have any thoughts specifically on how the proposal should address this topic?
So we are looking at dynamic pricing in the context of the Digital Fairness Act, not from the perspective of banning dynamic pricing, because it's an important part of the economy in sectors like hotels and aviation. I think where it has come into particular focus is, yes, the World Cup, but also the event ticketing sector like concerts and so on. And my own view, and we've yet to reach any political decisions on this, but I do believe that at a minimum we need more transparency. So I think if you're joining an online queue for a ticket for a concert, for example, on the basis of an advertisement that tells you tickets are from €70, and you are queuing faithfully for that ticket, and 3 hours later, you know, your turn has come and your ticket is now €400, I think that's unfair. I mean, we already have the Unfair Commercial Practices Directive, which is there to be enforced by the national authorities. I think we do need to strengthen and clarify the law, and I think at a minimum, you should know before you embark on that digital journey of queuing for a ticket that they range from €70 to maybe €500, and if you're 2 hours in the queue, wouldn't it be good to know that the ticket you're now queuing for is selling for €300? I think that's the minimum that we should do. But we're examining all of the evidence, and I think we do need to give consumers more information, and to do it in a way that doesn't, you know, impact on the market economy, and how dynamic pricing we know is a well-established feature of many sectors, and I don't think it would be reasonable or proportionate to seek to end it. But I think consumers deserve better fairness and deserve more information and transparency at a minimum.
As a consumer, I would agree. Also, as a consumer, one thing that we see a lot whenever we go on the internet is cookies, cookie banners, big issue that's addressed in the digital Omnibus. We've recently there seen some interesting changes to what the Commission proposed on the Council side on the topic of cookies and the planned changes there. Do you maybe have any thoughts on what countries want to do with what you proposed?
Well, look, we've made our proposal, and it's for the co-legislators now to decide. I think our proposal is a balanced one. My own view is that, you know, many of us as consumers and as users of digital services, we see these cookies pop up. I'm not sure we always know what we're clicking yes or no to. I think many people click yes because they think they have to proceed on their journey on the website or on the digital platform. And of course, that's not always the case. And our view in arriving at the proposal was that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to separate the rules that apply to the accessing of a device for data and the storing of data on the one hand, and on the other hand, the issue of processing that data. And so we looked at the e-privacy directive, we looked at the rules under the GDPR. You know what we have proposed, and that one click in respect of a particular website or service would suffice for a 6-month period. We know the member states have their own views, but we're in the middle of a legislative process. We have to respect that, but we think that the measures we set out in the digital omnibus do help to improve simplification. And we think that there are wins there certainly for businesses, and I think it does make life that little bit easier for consumers who do suffer from this consent fatigue, and I think don't always know what we're actually being asked to click yes or no to.
Thanks very much. I think that is all we will have time for. So thanks very much, Commissioner McGrath. Thank you. And with that, just 2 notes. There will be QR codes everywhere, and if you wish to submit feedback on our conference, we would much appreciate it. And with that, I leave you to lunch. Thanks very much.
Thank you.